Okay. Clearing my chest after I go live rather than before, because that's how professionals do it. So I got an early message from Micro, 6 a.m. to so apparently 8 p.m. my time, 6 a.m. Micro's time. Assume he had to go to work or has to go to work soon if you're still there. And hey, nobody, and Greg, and Justin, if you're still there, Agent wants $300 or a few marks on the wall after 7 years. Yeah, agents are like that. They're complete fuckheads, and they try to wear you down. They try to make it like too much hassle for you to fucking argue with them. Okay. Do I know? I don't think I do. Sorry, stupid message from LinkedIn. LinkedIn's such a steaming pile of shit. How do I know LinkedIn is a stinking pile of shit? Because I never use it, but and I mean never. Maybe when I'm looking for a job, I might put something in there, maybe, but I haven't looked for a job for 2.5 years. And I get emails from LinkedIn going, oh, because you're such a great user of the site, we want to offer you a bonus. And you go, motherfucker, you're just a spam site. Because I don't use it, so I know you just fucking spam. Hi, Laura. How are you? Morning for you. What's happening in the world? High Court throws out challenge to New South Wales Liberal pre-selections, clearing the way for Prime Minister to call federal election. So federal election might get called this weekend. We have however many weeks that is. I get to do a live stream while the election's on. Hopefully, okay. I'm having an energy drink now because I might have started partying before the stream. And hopefully I didn't party too hard, and we'll see how I go. Hey, Mega Leech. Nice. Nobody going to drop again in a little bit. Nice. Justin filed your bond refund, so I guess strategy draw it out to the government just refunds the bond. Yeah. Oh, nice. You got stories for Angry Bunch. I like it when there's stories for Angry Bunch. Speaking of stories and later, I'll save it for later. There's a few more people around mayhap. I got a very long series of text messages from AZ today about his recent status, which is pretty shit, but you know, it's AZ, so he's soldiering on. It's been another hospital stay for, you know, potentially life-threatening shit that he has walked away from yet again. So yeah, but I'll give that update a bit later. All the AIDS news that's fit to print. Oh, everything shit in Ukraine. Yes, we're up to day 44 already of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Good Lord. Oh, here's a fun one. Donald Trump regrets not marching with supporters in Capitol riot. He defends not speaking for hours during the attack, which saw 5 people die. He denies removing call logs or using a burner phone on the day. He says he pressed to march Capitol, was stopped by his security. Secret Service said I couldn't go. I would have gone there in a minute. He's fucking insane. Throughout the attack, he watched television, called for the election to be overturned, criticized former Vice President Mike Pence. Wow, he is now so deep in this shit. One of the most serious fucking criminal things in the US, an attempted insurrection. He's now 100% in support of it, says he didn't end it. House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Mayor of DC were responsible for ending the attack. I thought it was a shame. Kept asking, why isn't she doing something about it? Why isn't Nancy Pelosi doing it? I hated seeing it, and I said, it's got to be taken care of. I assume that, oh my God. There was a gap of nearly 8 hours, a White House record of Trump's calls as the rioting unfold. I don't remember getting very many again. Why would I care? Oh my God. It's he's such a fucking clown show. Yes, just paid the landlord 100,000 overseas. He tries to get paid 300. Yeah. No, they're just fucking pieces of shit. They're pieces of shit. Yes, Laura, that's a fair summary. AIDSy, like Keith Richards, done an obscene amount of drugs, but so far hasn't died. Well, technically, died multiple times, but come back. I don't know if Keith Richards has ever been resuscitated. That'll be fun. I'm going to look that up. Has Keith Urban been married before? No. Richards ever been married, been knighted? Richards ever been resuscitated? 9 times. Here's one from The Sound from 2017. 9 times Keith Richards escaped death. Then someone else has got 10 times Keith Richards almost died. All right. He survived the London's bombings in 1944 when he was a baby. He survived strychnine poisoning in the 70s. Someone dosed his dope with strychnine and he went into a coma. He avoided getting burned in a fire when he fell asleep while smoking. He was once electrocuted on stage. He's hit the mic stand with the neck of his guitar. Apart from burned guitar string, a bit of unconsciousness, he was fine. 1973, burned down his house and survived. Blind the fire on a mouse chewing through wiring, not from a cigarette like last time. He was almost crushed by books. In 1998, he broke 3 ribs after being hit by books while still in a chair to reach a book and slipped. One of those times when you have to make a decision. Take it in the ribs or take a shot in the temple on the desk. He fell out of a tree from several feet up. Fortunately, he walked away with a terrible headache, had to cancel a Rolling Stones tour. Survived anarchy at Altamont in 1969. A member of the audience was killed during a Rolling Stones set. Oh yeah, that was involved the Hells Angels. They used the Hells Angels as security and it all went shit. Mick Jagger got punched in the head. Number 9, he snorted his father's ashes. I don't think that's escaping death. Justin, I did see that. That black woman was sworn in as a justice on the Supreme Court. She proved herself very competent in the face of some gross fuckery from Republicans. All right. Now, this other thing says 10 times Keith Richards almost died. Let's see what they think the 10 times are. Yeah, London bombings. Nearly electrocuted on stage. Altamont. This is doing them chronologically. Bed fire. Yep, we had that one. Redlands estate fire. Yep, second fire. Strychnine poisoning. We had that one. Blood change. One of rock's great myths, by 1973, Keith Richards' blood has become so toxic, specialists performed an experimental procedure in which the rocker traded all his dirty blood for some clean pints. While the blood swap is probably untrue, there's some evidence to support he had his blood filtered in Switzerland. According to some sources, guitarist underwent hemodialysis that allowed toxic substances removed from his body so they wouldn't do further damage to his kidneys. Allegedly, Richard had to be put to sleep for a couple of days for the procedure. Okay, so that's the one that wasn't in the other one that's possibly not true. Put in an induced coma for a medical procedure. Yes, the books. Ooh, Fiji fall. Oh, yes. We had that in the other one. And Snorting Dad. Okay, so the 10th, the extra one this one had, is one that is probably not true, that he was put into an induced coma for a blood cleansing treatment. There you go. So by one measure or another, Keith Richards had at least 9 close calls. I mean, honestly, that's probably glossing over the incredibly dangerous amount of drugs and alcohol he's consumed. So it's probably stuff he doesn't want to talk about that was a closer call than some of those things in that list, in all seriousness. So there you go. It's a fun bit of trivia, Justin. Australia's Chief Justice is female. I don't pay attention to the courts in Australia. And also, Australia's courts system doesn't really work the same as America's Supreme Court, because the judicial system is an official third branch of government in the US. There are 3 branches of government in the US. There's the legislative branch, which is Congress and the Senate, the executive branch, which is the presidential administration, and the judiciary. They're regarded as the 3 branches of government in the US, whereas we don't have that. We have one form of government, our legislative assembly, and our Senate. The courts can and do make laws. It's different. Courts can set precedent by judgments from the court that then that's effectively law. I'm not sure if there's an exact process for codifying it as law, but I know the courts can essentially make law from the bench. I'm not sure if there's a process to codify that, if it has to go to Parliament, but usually the formal process for making laws is done by parliaments at either the state or federal level. They propose laws and then they're passed or not, as the case may be. But the courts can also effectively set law through precedent. Trivia of the political and judicial systems. And of course, we don't have a presidential system at all. I think after November 1975, the dismissal of the Whitlam government, I believe there were constitutional changes that make it basically impossible for a governor general to dismiss an elected government now. I could be wrong on that, but I think it is no longer possible. It shouldn't have been possible under Kerr. It's just enormous amounts of fuckery. I think fuckery is the word of the evening. I'm describing everything I don't like as fuckery. And there's a lot. I almost knocked my drink over. Okay. This isn't even alcohol. I mean, this is not the only drink I've had, but you know what I mean. So, yes. I feel like putting it. Okay, Justin, you think it's possible? Now I'm going to look it up. Can the Governor General dismiss the Prime Minister? That auto completed, which is a bit spooky. Yeah. So I think it does still exist, although it would be frowned upon, certainly. Yeah. Okay. No, it is still technically a power the Governor General has. Well, that's fucked. Uh, well, okay. I'm also going to throw in there it was a chain of quite extreme events that led to the Whitlam dismissal. And I doubt any government would let it happen again. In all seriousness, a big part of the problem was Gough Whitlam's arrogance. He was so sure that Kerr wouldn't act on him. He acted very high and mighty, and Kerr was a fucking steaming pile of shit. And so and there was all the, again, fuckery is the word of the night. There was all sorts of fuckery with Malcolm Fraser, and as Justin was pointing out, one pivotal thing happened where a Senate vacancy in Queensland was filled by a Conservative when it should have been a Labor person. And so, but yeah, it was a whole cavalcade of thing, and not least, as I said, Whitlam's supreme arrogance, and also the mendacity of Kerr. Kerr was a fucking piece of shit, and yes, an alcoholic. He was just a piece of fucking shit, and an egotist. And as I've already pointed out, Whitlam was an egotist. Fraser was an egotist. You don't go into those sorts of roles unless you're a raging narcissist. But yeah, because it's actually way fucking easier for a prime minister to dismiss a governor general than it is for a governor general to dismiss a prime minister. I don't think there's many constraints at all on a prime minister sacking a governor general. Whitlam did not do that to Kerr because he didn't believe it was necessary. Safik, are all prime ministers egotistical? Well, you tell me. If someone gets in their head, out of everyone in the entire country, I personally am the very best person in charge. Do you think that requires an excessive amount of ego to think that thought? That you decide out of literally every person in the country, you should be in charge. My position is, yeah, that takes a fucking shit ton of ego. So, yeah, it's all fucked. Justin, I was alive but too young to know what was happening. Yes, I was not that precocious a preschooler that I was involved in politics. So, yeah. Yeah, the easiest out that would have stopped the dismissal if Whitlam had seriously considered that Kerr might move against him, he would have just moved against Kerr. He would have said, the fuck he is. Like, if he knew that Kerr was actually acting against Whitlam instructions, the Governor General, although is nominally head of state, is meant to act on the advice of the Prime Minister. Kerr was going behind Whitlam's back, getting contradictory legal advice from arch conservatives saying, yeah, you can fucking do it, man. You can fucking do it. If Whitlam had had an inkling that Kerr was going around getting this legal advice that, yeah, you can definitely sack the government, Whitlam would have sacked him in a heartbeat. Laura, contrasting thought. Is it terribly egotistical to say, I want to make a difference? It's incredibly fucking naive if you think politics has done anything apart from support the ruling class. And anyone who gets into politics and continues to live in a fantasy is a dangerously unhinged weirdo. And I did specifically say people who go for leadership positions. There are a few more extreme signs of extreme ego than to say, you know what? Out of every single fucking person in this country, I should be the one that's in charge. Safa, that's not how it works. We don't have such a thing as deputy head of state. The Prime Minister is the leader of the government. The Queen, actually, technically, the Governor General is the deputy. Well, he's vice-regal representative. The Queen is the head of state. The Governor General is the Queen's representative. That's why in the olden days when there were newspapers, I mean, I know there are newspapers now, but no one reads them. I remember there was always a section in the papers of what the governor or the Governor General is doing, and it was headed vice-regal because that's what the Governor General is the vice-regal representative, is the representative of the Crown. Now, so again, it does not work like that with third in charge. The Governor General has no. It's different things. The Governor General has no control over the government at all. The Governor General has no control, over, as I was talking about, the courts and the Parliament can both make laws. The Governor General can't. The Governor General is all but a figurehead. It's the theory in, well, it all goes back to the fuckery of us being under the Crown, which is a fucking farce. But there was a constitutional idea that if there was some sort of legal legislative impasse in the Parliament, the Queen, the King, the regal or vice-regal persona could step in and resolve it, which is basically what Kerr did. So, yeah. So it doesn't follow to say the Prime Minister is third in charge. The Prime Minister is in complete control of the government. It's just constitutionally the Queen or the Queen's representative can sack the government. Again, I have trouble imagining a scenario where that would happen in the future. As I say, not least, once bitten, twice shy. If a government was in a rocky position and they were at all concerned about the Governor General, they'd fucking sack them, because the Prime Minister can sack the Governor General like that. It's a lot more complicated with the Governor General sacking the government. It's much easier for the government to sack the Governor General. So, Safa, the Queen didn't directly get involved with the Whitlam thing at all. Apparently, Kerr talked to Chuckles in the palace, who said, yeah, go for it. The Queen didn't want to be seen to be directly involved. They let the palace let Kerr make the decision, although the palace was aware Kerr was going to do it. And I mean, Whitlam did some wacky shit. Like the CIA wanted to destabilize Whitlam. They thought he was bad fucking news. It's an open question as to how much the CIA was involved, how much activity there was undertaken to dislodge Whitlam, but the CIA absolutely, definitely, 100% wanted Whitlam gone. There's no grey area in that whatsoever. The only question is, what did they do actively? No, Safa, Charles didn't get rid of Whitlam. Kerr got rid of Whitlam. Charles was aware, and Charles said, go for it. Laura, you're not a royalist, but you like how the Queen generally keeps out of politics. Yes. I personally think royalty is an obscene travesty and affront to all things good and decent. Never forget, the concept of royalty is literally that God said they are better than everyone else. That is fucking offensive and also mind-numbingly stupid. So I am really not a fan of constitutional monarchies. So if it's complicated, I think the King of Thailand actually has a lot of power, possibly more power than the Queen of England. There are a lot of countries in the world. A lot of them have royal families, and they have different levels of standing. And my knowledge of world geography and politics is frankly shit. So I'm not in a position to say how many monarchies exist that are actually powerful. You'd probably be surprised how many countries have a monarchy. In fact, Jesus, we're looking up everything on tonight because we're fucking professional. How many monarchies in the world? What countries? Lots of... Okay, there are lots. Who's the most powerful monarch in the world? Queen Elizabeth, probably. Kingdoms and monarchs of the world. What's a constitutional... Ooh, okay, yeah. The Sultan of Oman is an absolute monarchical ruler. King Salman of Saudi Arabia is an absolute monarchical ruler. King Mswati of Swaziland is an absolute monarchical ruler. They've listed Pope Francis as an absolute monarchical ruler of Vatican City. Technically true. And how many constitutional monarchies? Got UK, Tonga, Thailand, Sweden. Spain is a parliamentary monarchy. There you go. Samoa, Qatar, Norway, Netherlands, Morocco, Monaco, Malaysia, Luxembourg, Liechtenstein, Lesotho, Kuwait, Jordan, Japan, Denmark, Cambodia, Brunei, Bhutan, Belgium, Bahrain, and Andorra. Andorra is ruled by two princes, one of whom is always the current president of France. Well, that's fun. I didn't know that. So there you go. There's a few monarchies in the world, mostly constitutional. Laura, I think if there was a referendum in the UK to keep the Royals would win overwhelmingly, like by a huge margin. I think at least 70 or 80%. That's just my guess, and I have literally no evidence to base that on. Yes, Safa. Japan was forced to do a bunch of shit by the US after the war. And yes, one of which was to force the emperor to tell the Japanese people he wasn't a god. because that's the position the Japanese emperor held prior to losing World War II. Yeah, the Americans went out of their way to humiliate the Japanese after the Second World War for the kind of obvious reasons. But yes, making the emperor declare that he was not a god was a big one. And yes, they did force a constitutional government with, the emperor still at least nominal head of state. But yeah, it's a funny old world of all these things we have. Just, this is like really, this brisket ain't sitting right. I did not eat brisket. What is that from? Now I want to look that up. I want to see if that quote comes up. I'm just going to spend the whole night looking things up. This brisket ain't sitting right. What comes up if I search this brisket ain't sitting right? Simpsons. Okay. Krusty. Yes. That's where I get it from. Krusty the Clown. Oh, this brisket ain't sitting right. That's an interesting one, Justin. Conservatives in Japan want the monarchy to be absolute, but the royals have no interest. That is pretty funny, actually. Laura, you can imagine a lot of Brit would keep the monarchy primarily because the idea of having to vote for a president who could be another corrupt shitbag like Boris is a shitty idea. And yeah, that's about what I was about to say, Safa. Little Betty Windsor pops her clogs and chuckles is king. Australia would be ripe for becoming a republic at that point. Yeah. If you ever want to read a fun story, sorry, you talk about does the president behave like a constitutional monarchy? Well, like I said, there's the three branches of government in the US, and they're meant to be checks and balances on each other. The executive branch, the legislative branch, and the judicial branch, they're meant to be in tension with each other and hold things in balance. But if you ever want a fun story, look up Emperor Joshua Norton the First of the United States. It's the guy who lived in San Francisco, decided America was having problems because it didn't have a king. And he declared himself emperor. And he was a popular local figure in San Francisco. I think that was around the turn of the 20th century. Now I'm going to look up Emperor Joshua Norton. I'm just going to spend the entire night looking stuff up. I'm in that mood. Joshua Norton. Emperor Norton. It was in the 1800s. He lived from 1818 to 1880. That's difficult to say. 1818 to 1880. In 1859, he declared himself Norton, the first Emperor of the United States. In 1863, after Napoleon invaded Mexico, he took the secondary title, Protector of Mexico. So, 1859, he was only 39 when he declared he was emperor. And so he remained emperor for 20 years. There you go. He was Emperor of America for 20 years. So, Yes, Justin, well, that's nothing but a thought experiment because the Brits aren't going to do that. But that would be a major constitutional issue for anyone who is still in the Commonwealth, obviously. Mercenary Mage. Fun fact about Norton. The King of Hawaii recognized him as the official leader of America. That was nice. I hope they had a sort of trade treaty with each other. Do you really have to ask how I'd vote on a referendum about a republic? Stupid fixed 4-year term for terrible Queensland premiers. Oh dear. You're seriously against your Supreme Court being made of people with permanent posts. Jumpers able to load the deck with conservatives despite the population being more liberal. It's the way it works. And it's okay. It's not just Trump. Okay. The Republican Party as a whole has become just so grossly corrupt and so blatantly abusing, social norms. It's not funny. Safi, you might say that as a joke. Putin would still have you killed. Although, Laura, I'm kind of thinking the idea of seats on the Supreme Court being permanent is very dodgy. Very, very dodgy. Yeah. It probably should be term limits for the Supreme Court. But yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I don't have answers. I mean, I do. I'm extremely opinionated. But I'm also willing to admit I have no idea if my answers would work, if they would help at all. So, because that's just the way it is. Biden called Murdoch the most dangerous person in the world. I don't know if he's the most dangerous. He's certainly a piece of shit. Yeah, a 10-year term on the Supreme Court seems reasonable. Because, I mean, the idea of them staying on the court till, their fucking brain turns into pudding or they die is just in a practical sense is weird. It's weird. So Safa Dennis Napthine, formerly Prezia's new what I don't even know what the NDIA is. Right. Ookie dookie, I might have a premix cocktail. Justin, you seem very well versed in constitutional things in Australia. Saying there's an age limit on what, judges? Yeah, I mean, enforced retirement seems like a reasonable thing to me. What is that on this knife? Oh, it's from the cake. What's it? 8:30. These edibles ain't shit. That's a nice throwback, Laura. Biden was actually referring to Captain Howlin' Mad Murdoch. I still remember when the A-Team came on the air, actually, and we all thought it was very cool. And it was funny to call someone BA because you thought they had a bad attitude. So fucking cheesy. All right, I have pre-made cocktail I'm going to have here. Clarified. That's pretty harsh ASMR right there. Do. All right. I love this bottle. This had Tasmanian whiskey in it. It's sort of neat bottle. Logo painted on it. Holy shit! That just came off. There's a logo there, and I thought there was frosting on it, and it fucking came off. All right. That was weird. That was really weird. I was not expecting that. It was like a painted on logo, and I thought it was fairly permanent. And it's gone now. Well. And I got to clean some of my bottles, because empty some bottles, and I'm going to decant one of my barrel-aged cocktails this weekend, so I need a bottle for it. Oh no, Laura, you had a shitty cocktail? What was your shitty cocktail? Oh, well, that's nice. From memory, that's rum and whiskey. Maybe cherry brandy was in there too. It's nice. It's fruity and sweet. A little bit of this whiskey flavor underneath it. But this looks so different. Like glasses on, glasses off. I feel like I look squinty and evil because oh no! Suddenly my eyes look fine. What are you going to do? Right. I note. Okay. That's still kind of sort of a little early. Man, actually. Okay, mental note, I should drink clarified cocktails within a day or so of making them because they start to taste funny after a couple of days. It's not bad, but get to decide what cocktail I'm gonna have. That's what I need to do. Okay. Big old taste test. The thing I got a little while ago, and I haven't even tasted it. I was ordering some stuff from Archie Rose, and they had this cocktail pack. 3 pre-bottled cocktails: plum bramble, meringue fizz, kiwi sour. But the idea is you put them all together, and it's a pavlova. So, Loriana, pina colada, really bitter. Not sure they put in the coconut. Thinking about eating an orange tastes more bitter than pina colada without the coconut. They fucked that up, haven't they? So I haven't even tasted these. So when I finish that, I'm gonna try this. I want to try each of them individually, and then actually mix them. All right. 3 little holes. What's this doing? Honestly. Ugh. It's like some horrible puzzle. Oh, no, wait, it's easy. Okay, but there's a seal on each of the bottles, which I'm going to have to get undone, which I sometimes find difficult. Anyway. Put the cardboard in the recycling. There we go. Little paper and cardboard recycling thing next to me there. All right, here we go. I see the dotted line. This might actually be easy. Yep, that seemed to work. All right. 1, Yeah, okay. I see the dotted line again. And with that off. And there's the dotted line on this one. All right. Okay, that was much easier than usual. I often have trouble with those seals on things. Let that go. Oh, tell you what else I'm going to drink tonight. Non-alcoholic or a teeny bit alcoholic. My tepache that I made the other day. A fermented pineapple drink, which you make by immersing pineapple rind in sugar water. And the pineapple rind has yeast in it, and the yeast eats the sugar in your sugar water, and so it very lightly ferments. Then I put some spices in there, like what did I put in there? Cinnamon, star anise, cloves, and I made it with a really dark sugar, so it kind of looks like Coke, and it's lightly effervescent and probably very lightly alcoholic, like 1 to maybe 2%, so very, very lightly alcoholic. Yes, Laura, that was my nobody impression. That was not even loud for me, by the way. That was fairly controlled. So if I do a loud burp, you'll know it. I mean, clearly you'll know it, unless I switch the microphone off, which I probably won't. Probably won't switch the microphone off because I'm here to share, even if what I'm sharing is gross burps. Okay. Emperor Norton, I'm finished reading about you. U.S. Justice Department have launched an early-stage investigation after 15 boxes of White House documents were recovered from Mr. Trump's Florida residence in February. Some of the documents contain classified material. Source familiar with the matter told Reuters the investigation is a very early stage. It's not clear if it could lead to criminal charges. Jesus Christ. He's such a fucking clown. And he's so fucking disconnected from reality. It really does my head in. Okay, so here's my sort of headline. World's most popular liquor being made in Tassie. Okay, what is that? It's like a clickbait headline. Oh, it's fucking paywalled Murdoch fuckery? No, nay, never. No, nay, never, no more. Ooh, what's this? Apparently there have been delays in Sydney Airport. Oh, yes. Okay, so the Qantas boss initially said it was the passenger's fault. And he said, I'm not blaming passengers. Of course it's not their fault, despite the fact he did. Oh, dear. Oh, we've got a Kennedy coming here as American ambassador. Caroline Kennedy is going to be the US ambassador to Australia. Well, apparently there was a factory fire in Brunswick today. I'm nowhere near there, so. Oh, is anything? Tiny Tina's Wonderland, the new Borderlands game, which I think some people like. Oh, that's right. The Formula One's on this weekend. During the day, if I go outside, I can hear a faint buzzing of the cars going round and round. Ooh, nice, Laura. You got a parcel coming. I've got yet another bottle of booze coming sometime in the next couple of days. We'll see. Selfish should news be free? No. Anyone should be allowed to charge for any of the content they want, but I'm not. Yes, Black Metal Heart, I'm with you 100%. Biden's a dickhead. He fucking sucks. Just it was a massive relief to be not Trump, but that is such a low bar. Call me an old grump, but I refuse to celebrate someone just barely passing the low bar of being not Trump. I'm weird and wacky, and I actually think politicians should deliver something positive. They should be inspirational rather than just not horrible or slightly less horrible than someone else. His name is Labor in Australia. Shit me up the wall because they've been so scared by Murdoch and his influence that they're scared to say anything dramatic. They're scared to stand out. They're scared to be inspirational. It's fucking pathetic to see, actually. But this is the world we live in. And as much as I'd like to, I don't seem to be able to do anything to change it. So, what is the alcohol content of these? Best before 12 months from bottle date. Ooh, okay, so I've got to drink this before October. Fair enough. 2.5 standard drinks. That's not much. 2 by 100 ml serves. I'm supposed to store this below 30 Celsius. Okay. I haven't had it. Well, it's been below 30 Celsius. I haven't had it in the fridge, though. I love that. Black Metal Art. It's like finding a bag of shit on your doorstep, but being happy it's not on fire. Laura, it's weird how the Kennedys are on the political scene decide several deaths. Yeah. The Kennedys are kind of shit, honestly. Justin, no, I have not seen the ABC series Total Control. I hardly watch any broadcast television. Oh, Laura, I'm sure there's some arch-conservative wackadoodles in France who think they should be a monarchy again. I'm sure there are wackadoodles who think they should be a colonial power again as well. Bemoan the good old days of the French colonial empire. All right. Tasty testy time. Ah! Okay. Gonna taste it in a shot glass first. It's like, how old are you, Angry? I must make a noise when I get up from a chair. Years old. It's not optional. I have to do it. Safa, should you get Foxtel? I can't answer that for you because I don't know what you want out of life. Short answer is probably not. Ooh, that came out easy. Okay, so plum bramble, kiwi sour, And Orang Fierce. So, yeah, there are weirdo, hyper-conservative nutters in every country in the world who would do terrible, terrible things if it was in their power. So, Safa, no matter what you want, I can't answer the question, should you get it? You're the only one who can. You look up how much does it cost and say to yourself, is the thing that I would get for that worth it for me? Nice and tart, the plum bramble. Laura, the pop of a cork is a very nice sound. And these ones pop very gently. Nothing. Man, that is really tart. Like, not in a bad way. The plum bramble. It's just really tart. Now, a kiwi sour. This should be more tart. Oh, it's different. Well, see, I don't give a flying fuck about sports. I don't have an even passing interest in sports. So I could not tell you how to watch what sports where. It's just not something that I expend any brain energy on. Biggest thing for me with a streaming service are the movies and, of course, TV shows you can't get anywhere else. And see, because I'm the sort of person, I would buy box sets of a TV show series. And, you look at how much a box set costs. And, I would, that show that I can only get on that streaming service, I would buy the box set. And you look at how much that is and you go, well, that's several months of the that's several months of a streaming service charge, plus there's a shit ton of other stuff you can watch on the streaming service. So that's how I measure it's worth to me. Oh, Megaleech just saw Morbius. Do you know who your spoiler for your review is? Good, sucky, or mediocre? All right. They're interesting one by one. Now I'm going to mix them all into a single cocktail. Put it on a big block of ice. I knew I was getting ready for a reason to get my jigger. I'm going to use this glass. And I'm going to use a big chunk of ice, which is waiting for me right here. Yeah. And now we go. Oof. Oh no, yes, Laura. Still in your 90. You got to get dressed for your parcel van. A harsh but fair. Black Metal Heart. Leto be pissed he's outdone as Joker by the guy before him and after him. Yeah, that's about the best review I've heard of Morbius, honestly. I've seen some very negative ones. Safra, I'm happy it's Friday. Yeah, I'm happy that I'm hanging out and having a couple of drinks. Let's mix all of these together. All right, 6 on the cocktail rating scale. All right. Yeah, Morbius goes on a long list of stuff. Well, I suppose I'll watch it eventually when it's on a streaming service, but I have no drive to see it. You know what? For fun, because I like him so much, I think I'll put a cherry in this as well. Right. So I think I should store those in the fridge from now on. I want a skewer for my cocktail cherry. It was just a baby burp I did then. All right. Let's play Lucky Dips with the Luxardo with fewer and fewer cherries in here. Harder and harder to skewer one. It's just a fun game for the kids. Spear the cherry. Almost got it then. That felt like I almost had it. Oh. There we go. I got one. Put it in the cocktail, spin it around. Want the cherry to get some of the flavor. I might put the departure in this glass too. After this, who knows? Black Metal Heart. I think superhero movies have a hard time with anti-heroes, black and white. I don't know. They made a lot of money with Deadpool. Oh, look. Snap. Mega Leech said it too. I saw a thing of, this is like the heading on something, of someone trying to work out, why is Jared Leto so disliked? I'm going, well, based on available evidence, it's because he's an arsehole. You know, the stories about him, and you go, no, he seems like a complete fucking prick. Safa, there's never been a successful Punisher movie. And the TV series was not particularly successful. Okay, Black Metal Heart. Okay, I'm going to be a bit harsh here. I'm going to say that's a cop out. Saying like Deadpool only worked because of Reynolds' star power giving him free reign. That's like saying that only worked because it worked. You can't say it doesn't work and say, well, that one worked only because it worked. I'm quibbling over things. See, again, Safa, whether or not you liked any of the Punisher films is not relevant. Like the point Black Metal Heart was making, these films aren't successful. None of the Punisher films were particularly successful. Do they all have fans? Yeah, they do. But none of them were big hits. And certainly none of them were critical successes. Oh, yeah. Safa, Deadpool in Wolverine Origins. I didn't know anything about Deadpool, so I didn't know why that pissed off comic book fans so much. But that was particularly heinous. But, you know, it took a while, but Ryan Reynolds got his wish in the end. Black Metal Heart. Again, we on the outside will never really know what goes on behind closed doors because even the stories of recuts and edits are things that are fed to us. So, yes, I always take those stories with a grain of salt, but yeah, Jesus Christ, studios fucking suck, man. Some of the stories you hear about shit the studios do is just absolutely heinous. I don't know if it's the power of suggestion, but I think those three, like, I don't know if it's, I expect it to be better. I think those three cocktails together, which is my understanding how they're meant to be, I think they're better than they are individually. So that's tonight's experiment. And yes, strictly Sega, we are talking about movies. Your Justice League, yeah. I'm a bit of chalky. I'm melted. My son made his signature caramel slice today. And it's fucking amazing. And like it literally beats anything I've ever had in any bakery, any patisserie. And I think the thing that he does that elevates it is the crust. The base is baked. Like normally on a caramel slice, the base is like crushed biscuits, mixed with butter or whatever. And it's often good. But his crust is actually baked. So it's this baked base, then the caramel, which just has so much butter in it, and then a chocolate layer on top. Fucking kicks the ass of anything I've ever had in a shop, honestly. So I'm thinking chocolate off my fingers. So strictly saying, what were you watching? Gunga Din. Is that the John Wayne one? I don't know. Any of those fucking old Hollywood films that are set, anywhere with non-white characters are usually dodgy as fuck. No, just give us. I don't want more chocolate to melt. I'm gonna put it back in here. Ice, baby. Do. It was very tart, which is not a bad thing, but it's a thing. It's very tart. Just like your mum. Very tart. Yeah. I didn't enjoy John Wayne as Genghis Khan. Yeah, that's pretty fucking dodgy. Hi, Celtic, by the way. Okay, so Gunga Din was Cary Grant or Indiana Jones-ish. I mean, Jesus Christ, I can never get past the opening scene of the original Indiana Jones, Temple of Doom. He is stealing what appears to be the most holy relic of a living culture. It's the actively worshipped relic of a living culture, and he fucking steals it because he thinks it should be in a white people's museum. And that's somehow okay. Indiana Jones, clearly the bad guy. Yes, Nazis, also bad. And everyone he fights with, also bad. He's not a good guy. He's a bad guy. He's a fucking colonizer. And I mean, okay, what were the movies? It was Raiders of the Lost Ark, Temple of Doom with its weird condescending racism, The Last Crusade. So long since I've seen The Last Crusade, I'm struggling to think of anything specifically problematic with his behavior in that. I think he's just fighting the Nazis again and then going after a millennia-old European treasure. And then the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull was just dumb. But I love it. I don't know if anyone noticed. They tried both with Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. They had What's-His-Face as Indiana Jones's illegitimate son. They clearly had an idea can we do a spin-off series with him as like basically being young Indiana Jones Jr. And nobody gave a shit about that movie, so the answer was apparently no. Shia LaBeouf, thank you, Megaleech. And they also did it in Die Hard. I think it was Die Hard 5. You had John McClane's grown-up son in it, which was, again, very clearly the studio going, hey, maybe if we give his son a really big role in this movie and people love him, then we can have a whole bunch more spin-offs with a young lead again. And again, no one gave a shit. So that didn't happen. Everyone's saying there's a new Indiana Jones movie coming. Yes, I have heard there's a new Indiana Jones movie coming. Deep sigh. Was it? Oh, I remember the studio's trying to have like the Godzilla universe, like, you know, Godzilla and King Kong are in the same universe, and again, no one really gives a shit. One of the studios tried to have their expanded monster movie universe. No one gave a shit. It's like, oh, look, Marvel's doing extremely well with the Marvel fucking universe. DC's doing okay. Maybe we could do it with these things we have the rights to. And it's like, no one gives a shit. So, what are you gonna do? So, I mean, was it? And like, you know, it was like Tom Cruise's The Mummy. They were trying to bring in, what were they trying to bring in there? The Mummy, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I think Frankenstein's monster, maybe. Yeah, but no one gave it. Even with star power, like Tom Cruise and Russell Crowe, no one gave a shit. It's just because the movies weren't very good. It's not because it's a bad concept. Very good. I strictly say you're looking forward to the new Top Gun. Well, it's an interesting concept in that, like, Maverick, how many years later? Is it 30? Is it 40 years? I forget how. Top Gun. When did Top Gun? 86. So, okay, so it's Maverick 35 years on. And because he's still a Maverick, he hasn't managed to get promoted. I vaguely remember that. They fucked up the trailer they released for The Mummy. That was it, Megaleech. The Dark Universe. That was the Mummy, Dr. Jekyll stuff. The universe. I think it was like the Universal monster, and no one gave a shit. No one gave a shit. There was a fun series that lasted for a couple seasons and then finished in a very unsatisfying way, called Penny Dreadful. It was set in London in the late 1800s, and that was bringing in all these horror characters, Dracula and Dr. Frankenstein and a werewolf, and what else was in there? But it's basically all those old school monsters, and it was doing it with a whole different tack. And it was pretty good. And then apparently they went, okay, we're not doing it. Let's rush an ending to season 3. And the ending was very unsatisfying. Wasn't terrible. At least I know some people think it was terrible. I've seen people very angry about it. I don't think it was terrible. I think it was unsatisfying. So that's my take. Title of my sex tape: unsatisfying. No, I know how to do sex on ladies. I absolutely do the sex on ladies so many times. Do you think there might be an attempt to take Maverick, Top Gun, have a series of new movies, Top Gun: The Next Generation? Maybe. Who knows? Yeah, you're right. Maverick may be mentoring a young pilot that they want to have things. Okay. Dark Universe could have been a TV show, yeah. Once Upon a Time, I'm not sure what that is. But the whole streaming world is so fucking fraught. I got upset that they stopped American Gods after 3 seasons without resolving the story, and I don't think it's ever coming back because now Neil Gaiman is working on the Sandman TV series, which is way overdue. But he's got the weight now after a couple of successful shows like American Gods and Dark Omens. No, Good Omens. Why did I say Dark Omens? Because we're talking about the Dark Universe. Good Omens. But yes, finally, some 30 years down the track, a Sandman TV series. Could be good. Could be good. And if it works, even just sticking to the original graphic novels, it would run at least 8 seasons. At least 8 seasons. And the streaming services are just fucking gagging for successful long-form storytelling that they can adapt. That's why you're seeing all these fantasy and science fiction book series and comic series being adapted into shows for these streaming services. Like, well, this kept an audience going for, a decade, whether it be 5 years or a decade that a comic had a run or a series of books were published or whatnot. And they go, well, man, this kept an audience going for a long time. So let's have a go. Let's have a go. See if we can turn it into a series. And, some are better than others. And yeah, Mega H, isn't that a weird thing? In the streaming services gives up on stuff after 3 seasons. Like, not always, but it's weird how often that's happened. So, sometimes only one, like Cowboy Bebop. They dropped because I don't know why they dropped it, actually. Oh, yeah. Black Metal Heart. Gwendolyn Christie is awesome. She's great in Game of Thrones. And she will be a great Lucifer. For those who know, she's been cast as Lucifer in The Sandman. And just her physicality, she will make a great Lucifer, because Lucifer is a little bit androgynous in the Sandman comics. Not as specifically femme as Gwendolyn Christie, but just her bearing and her imposing stature. She will make my guess is she will make a really good Lucifer, who's only a side character in the Sandman anyway. He's in one story arc, and then he comes back as a very incidental character later, which again was the character that formed the basis of that Lucifer TV show, where Lucifer quit hell to run a nightclub in LA. In the Sandman, he's running a piano bar in LA. Bingley, you like Bebop? I watched a couple episodes of it. Metal Art. You think the Bebop anime superfans sent too many death threats? Maybe. Gatekeeper nerds are scary. But new Star Trek series starting next month. My somewhat controversial take is I like Star Trek Discovery. I thought they wrapped up the last season reasonably satisfyingly. There's probably only one thing that really grated on me that season. It's like the super genius guy was so obviously a lying, self-serving, borderline fucking psychopath. How anyone would go along with him when he's obviously a steaming pile of shit beggars belief. But anyway, yeah, that was probably the only thing that really grated on me. But meh. And Picard is interesting so far. And next month, the Captain Pike series, Strange New World, starts. Oh, yes, it's the guy who was in The Expanse, yes. Because you can watch the anime. I've watched 1 or 2 episodes of the anime, and I think 3 episodes of the live action. I keep meaning to go back to the live action at some point, but I haven't been in a rush to. I've watched the first 2 episodes of the Halo streaming series, and it's okay so far. I know, again, weird fuckhead, clueless dickbags are going to be foaming at the mouth that Master Chief takes his helmet off, and it's like, it's the thing. Actors do want their fucking face on shit. Pablo Schreiber, who plays Master Chief, he's not a huge star, but he has a bit of sway. He's like, yeah, man, you got to show my face. Again, because the people who are really into the video game are oblivious to how inconsequential they are, what a small sliver they are of the needed audience for a show to succeed. I know. Not even that drunk, and I can't do words good. Self-obsessed nerds who think the world revolves around them. Radical concept. You've probably never noticed that before, and you'll be shocked. Now I bring it to your attention, and you go, "Oh, I think that's a thing. I've never thought about it, but I think that's a thing. I think that actually exists." Who knew? Sarcasm overload. So for video games, okay, let's look it up, because that's a cliche that people say all the time, which I think is true. Annual revenue, video games versus films. Motley Fool says 2020 video game industry was worth about $57 billion, which surpassed movies and music combined. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? That's a good point, Laura. In the Halo games, you're Master Chief. Yes, it's true. The average gamer is over 30. Tricky Sega, you reckon that's because of phone games? You may be right. I don't know. But the, video games, like proper video games, computer games and console games, do count for a lot. But, yeah. It's also a new release video game costs 4 or 5 times more than a movie ticket, at least. Because I don't know how much movie tickets are now, and I don't know how much games are. But in terms of generating revenue, the individual video games cost way more than a movie ticket. But anyway, whatevs. Who knows? People in studios are fuckheads. It sounds like I'm defending people in fucking studios. Nah. To quote great screenwriter, nobody knows anything. Sky wrote Princess Bride, the script for Stand By Me. William Goldman. I kept wanting to say William Wallace, but no, that's Braveheart. Okay, so Megaleech, you looked up movies from $13 to $20, AAA game $90. So, yeah. A new release game's 4 or 5 times more expensive than a movie ticket. So the straight dollar term doesn't really translate to people viewing TV shows. It's complex, and studios are fuckwits. I can't believe it sounded like I was defending studios. I fucking hate the studios. That includes the game studios. All right, shit is under my feet. I need to have a non-alcoholic beverage, or an almost non-alcoholic beverage. I'll show you something. I don't know if you'll see it. This is my tepache. See how dark it is? Made it with really dark sugar. Don't know if you can see the lid's almost been forced off, just because it's continuing to ferment in there and gases are building up. And that lid's in really tight. See the force of that when it popped? The other day it actually popped this. I went into the fridge and this didn't have a lid on it. I had to scrabble around and find the lid. It had popped the lid off. But it's continuing to ferment in there. So I don't know. All right, I'm going to try it as is. And it might be too sugary because I actually put a fair bit more sugar than the recipe said because I like it that way. But I can also add soda water if I want. Yeah, it's a very rich drink. Oh man, that is, yeah, it's like really lightly effervescent from the continuing fermentation. Man, that's nice. That's really good. So it's pretty simple. Immerse pineapple rind in sugar water for 2 days. And also in the sugar water is cinnamon and cloves and star anise. Yum is all I'm saying. Yum. It's really nice. The other day I did have a glass where I topped it up with soda water. That was also nice. Man, no, that's good. That is actually really good. It's slightly syrupy. Probably would not go astray to add some soda water. Maybe I should be consuming a greater volume of non-alcoholic things. Thinking. Might I might add some soda water. So I've seen Nintendo's and Jesus, your typing fucking goes all over the shop. Man. I think Nintendo traces its history back to the 1800s. I could be wrong on that, but I'm sure I read that somewhere. What have we got? Cucumber green tea, blood orange and sage, lemon and basil. What's this? Blood orange. I think lemon and basil, actually. I think lemon and basil might be a treat. And this. So I don't know if Nintendo ran a sex shop. I haven't really heard that. But it's a weird world, so who knows? Top it up with bubbly water. Okay, Megaleech looked up. Nintendo was founded in 1899 as Nintendo Karata by craftsmen I will not attempt to pronounce. Originally produced handmade playing cards. There you go. So you've had a few martinis. I have had a couple of beverages this evening, which is why I'm having a non-alcoholic beverage now. There you go. I thought Nintendo went back to the 1800s. You'll be shocked to learn they weren't originally making computer games in 1889. No, Laura, that is correct. 1889. Nintendo existed, as Megaleech said, originally making playing cards. So yeah, for a century, they were making physical games, and they ultimately moved into computer games. Oh God, so you've heard that saying too: "Drink until you don't feel feelings." And that's a fun one. Strictly Sega. Sega started in 1940. The big question is, what was Sega initially marketing? Oh, another entry from Megaleech. After venturing into various lines of business during the 1960s, acquiring a legal status as a public company, Nintendo distributed its first console, the Color TV game, in 1977. That's probably playing Pong or something. We had I think it was an Atari thing that basically just played Pong. So after the notoriously bad, terrible failure of the ET game for the Atari 2600. I never had an Atari 2600. So Sega originated as Standard Games, coin-operated game company in Hawaii, providing games for military bases. Company was called Standard Games, but following a move to Japan, company was renamed Service Games of Japan, and then they formed the portmanteau Sega Service Games. There you go. I didn't know that. That, to the best of my knowledge, is the first time I've seen that information. I feel edumacated. I feel like I've been edumacated, and it's good. I've got a Dreamcast in a box somewhere. I don't even know if it works. Someone threw it out, and I picked it up because I went, that's a Dreamcast. It looks like it's in good condition. I'll try and make it work one time. Well, you're in a mood to Angry Bunch? You can certainly do that if anyone is up for it. Invite the people, copy to the clipboard. There is the link. Dun, dun, dun. What the fuck are you doing, laptop? Okay. There is the link. Would even posted it to Facebook. Should say you're a Saturn nut. You bought it with your first ever paycheck. Go down to Toys R Us, Northland, be buying games. Hot damn. Sega Saturn. Yeah, I never had any Sega consoles. Like I said, when I were a kid, I think we had like I'm sure it was an Atari that just like fucking played Pong. And these weird gun games that didn't work. And it was literally just a big white square bounced around your TV, and you had this gun thing, and you meant to shoot it. Never know how it worked. Apparently, how it worked, when you pulled the trigger, it was releasing a shutter inside the gun, and if enough light from the white thing on the TV fed into the gun, it registered that as a hit. Like you thought you were shooting the TV screen, but the TV screen was actually shooting your gun. Weird. Did I blow your mind? And here's Laura. Hey, Laura.
Morning. How are you?
Good. How you doing?
Not too bad. And like I say, I'm sort of recovering from last night.
All right. With a bad cocktail.
Well, I only had one.
Yeah, well,
yeah,
you don't have one if it was bad.
It was just a really crappy pina colada, Like I say, it just, I've had them there before, and it was
Yeah.
like a new guy, so I just wonder maybe he missed a bit or something.
He's just not very good. Yeah.
Yeah. Thing is, it's all done with a machine. So
Oh no, that's a
yeah.
no. If it's not actually made by the bar staff, that's a very bad sign.
Yeah. And not only that, I learned as well that they waste loads of it. Basically, they've got a glass,
Yeah.
and he pours it in there, and then he's got like other stuff, and he's like he walks over to the sink to pour the rest away. He's like, no, don't throw it away. And so I ended up having to take sort of 3 big like slurps, to like knock a chunk out of the glass so he could pour more in. 3 attempts it took to do that.
Oh wow. Okay.
So there must be like a third of a glass. Now I barely have any ice in it.
Yeah.
So there must be like a third of the glass must be going down the sink when I order it.
Maybe it does not sound like a quality establishment. I'll throw that out there.
It's the only one that makes a reasonable one. But like I say, it was only last night that they've been shitty. It was shitty. It was like I say, it's just really bitter, much bitter, much more bitter than normal.
Mm.
So that was the only. But we so what happened was months ago I met a girl on. I think I told you about it. I met a girl on the street. She thought my bike was cute, and we ended up chatting. And it's like, hey, I haven't got many like girlfriends. Would you like to be one, so to speak? And she's oh yeah, definitely. And so she sent me left a number, I didn't have my phone on me at the time. And so I gave her my phone number, my landline number, not my mobile number, because I couldn't remember it. And so she phoned it, and I pressed the wrong button when listening to it. I pressed the delete button, not the, because I wanted to pause it so that I could write the number down.
Yes.
And I went and deleted it instead. Fortunately, I'd given her my email address, and she caught that one. So like a month and a half, 2 months later or whatever, she just emailed me out of the blue, and it's like, yay. I was like really annoyed that I'd missed that. She's really nice. Anyway, nice. If you remember a month-ish ago, I had a gathering of friends and it all went wrong.
Right.
Several people dropped out, and then there were only 3 trans people, and then it became really like uncomfortable for a pair of them. And there's the asking person thinking, how do I fix this? I can't fix this. Oh shit, this is all turned to crap. And so well, I said, I can't send her a text message this week. The new friend that I met last night, and said, would it be, hey, do you fancy meeting up? And so I basically said, yeah, that'd be brilliant. So she said that'd be brilliant when, and I said, well, I'm not busy on Thursday. How about that? And so we met in the gay village last night, but they hadn't eaten anything. That's when I say they. She brought her sibling along, who is also trans.
Yeah.
And has just hatched, as they say, in the, there's a weird trans thing about an egg, that you hatch and, you're out of the egg now kind of thing. So that's the coming out. Well, so yeah, the sibling is only a couple of months in. It's more going for the androgynous look at the moment.
Yeah.
And so so basically they hadn't eaten, neither of them had eaten, and it's like, can we, should we go somewhere and get some food? And so I suggested a Thai place down the road in Chinatown, which is bordering the gay village area. And so we went there. And I had some Thai food, introduced them to sticky rice, which I love sticky rice.
Yeah.
I went there. I went to that place a few years ago before COVID, and it's like, oh, what's this rice? It's sticky rice. Where can I get sticky rice? And so I now know where to get sticky rice, and I buy sticky rice on occasion.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Ironically, when I got into the city, I went to the War Games model shop, and then I went to the Chinese food shop, supermarket, and bought some sticky rice, not knowing that we were going to be eating. And ended up eating at the place where I discovered sticky rice, which was literally a few doors down the road. So it's yeah, it was really nice last night. It really was.
Oh, good. That's excellent.
And then we moved on to after food we went to the gay village, the bar I like to go to, because they and they got an upstairs area, so it's quieter rather than in club music bouncing around. So we chatted a lot and had a nice time and all that kind of thing. So it was a really nice night. Other than the crappy cocktail.
Other than the crappy pina colada.
And like I say, what I've likened it to, I tell you what, I've got a great analogy. Analogy just popped into my head just then.
Yeah.
Have you ever done that thing where you've gone and picked up a big orange and taken it home, and then you discover it's a grapefruit?
No, but I'm getting a vision of what you're trying to say.
Yeah. So basically, it's like I had something that, and it was really bitter. So it's like, imagine thinking of, this is going to be an orange, and this is what oranges taste like, and suddenly it tastes like a grapefruit, which is a lot more tart and bitter, and that's the analogy of it. So, it wasn't bloody awful, but it wasn't very nice either. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It was. I could drink it, but I can't say that I really, really enjoyed it as I do the others.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
well, I have to admit, you've got me in the mood to make some cream of coconut so I can make pina coladas at home. And for anyone playing along at home, cream of coconut, what's that? It's what's traditionally in various tiki drinks, most famously the pina colada. It's not coconut milk. It's not coconut cream. There are some pre-made products you can get called cream of coconut. There's a couple of big brands. They can be difficult to get. They can be a bit expensive. But if you get your just ordinary coconut milk and you put it in a saucepan and you do a thing, and it's like so much sugar. It's 50% coconut milk, 50% sugar. And you can add stuff like a splash of orange blossom water as well if you want. But in simplest terms, the cream of coconut is 50% coconut milk, 50% sugar, and you just simmer that in a saucepan for a while till the sugar's all dissolved, and then keep it in the fridge. Tastes real good mixed with rum and pineapple juice, I tell you that.
So just thought you might want to know, my parcel has arrived now. I was watching because there's you can look on the internet and you can see how it's getting closer and closer, and the numbers are going up, because mine was number 37. So I remember being 34 down the road and watching it get closer and closer. And so as it was 36, I went out on my balcony behind me and saw the van come around the corner. And so he obviously got in the building without using the intercom. And so as the door opened at the lift, there was I right outside it. So he was a bit surprised. Because like you say, he wasn't expecting me to know that he would be there then. Normally it's like, So, but yes, my parcel arrived. It's full of trains. And when I say full, it's not that full. I spent £330 on model trains the day before yesterday. I got 8 wagons. That's it, 8 wagons. Now, 10 years ago, I was able to buy coaches like this for £10 each. So for the same price, I could have got 30 coaches, and I've got 8 wagons now. So this is one of them. So this is a steel. It's a steel carrying one. It carries some steel. It carries steel coils.
Okay.
So a steel strip that's wound up into a coil. And what's cool about this is a telescopic wagon, and it actually does telescope.
Oh, nice.
And so steel coil goes in there, and it's closed up. So that's how it works in the real life. And then the other wagons are also steel wagons. So these are steel flats for transporting, and they can be used for like big slabs of steel, or they have like cradles on them, so they can put the steel coil on them, like several pieces on. And there's also the eye to sky version, where in the middle there's a hole, so it's like a donut, and they sit vertically, and they've got stanchions to hold it all in place. So I've now got the makings of a steel train now. So that's my second steel train. So that's good. These are going to be heavily weathered because this is like painted up in like 1985-ish colors. Well, I model 1992-ish, so they've been like, they've got a lot of dirt on them. And one of the really cool things that you can see how, you can even see through it. It's really, really good quality.
Yes.
It's fantastic. The deck gets burnished by the let's see if I can find a picture for you. But it gets burnished by the heat, because the coils literally come off the rolling mill, and they're not exactly molten, but they're still fluid enough to bend easily. So they're put on hot. The coils are still really hot when they get put onto the wagons. And so I think just got to find a picture.
Sorry, I just want to talk of couriers. Yeah, strictly Sega. I'm waiting on a delivery from Sendal. Will arrive sometime in the next couple of days. They have, in my experience over lockdown, been very good, because I've ordered a lot of shit online. Some has come through Australia Post, which tends to take the longest. Some has come through Sendal, which tends to be the fastest, and some have come through the bigger courier companies, DHL and whatnot. Sendal has consistently been the fastest and most reliable. There you go, free ad for Sendal. I've got yet another bottle of booze coming, and I got a notification from Sendal today that it's on its way, but who knows when it'll get here. Like anywhere from tomorrow to early next week, because sometimes I get deliveries on Saturday, sometimes I get them on Sunday, which really surprises me.
Yeah, I know how that feels. There you go.
What are you doing? There we go.
So these are the wagons, and you can see how I said the eye to sky is looking up. But you can see how it burnishes. So it's like really rusty orange where the circle, and like I say, these things they carry different loads. So these are coils. That's the coils when they're on cradles, without empty. So that's the empty trains. And that's some slabs. So what I'm going to do with mine is I'm going to put the stanchions in a way so that I can either have the coil on it, or I can have slabs, and I'll just be able to change the load as I want.
Okay. Oh, strictly saying Sendle hires contractors or other companies like Middleman. Yeah. Well, it seems to work for them. Like I said, after a couple of successful Sendle deliveries, and I mean stuff being delivered within 24 hours of when I ordered it online. So after a couple of successful Sendle deliveries, I always get a little bit extra excited when I order something online and they say, it's coming through Sendle. And I'm like, oh, good. That means it'll get here quickly. But we'll see. Like I had one delivered this week from a local distillery. I ordered it on Monday night and got it on Wednesday. The other one, which I've ordered from South Australia, I ordered it on Wednesday. I got a confirmation it was en route today, but I don't know exactly when it's going to arrive. All right. Heine, got some more local train nerdery. Melbourne, they only carry 2 coils per carriage, one over the front bogie and one over the rear. There you go. So I forget what you're saying, but I think it'd be logistically borderline impossible for a company to manage if they had to juggle who was delivering stuff for every delivery. You know, capitalism, it's complicated. I decided to finish off my soda and add some more tepache to it. Because I want to drink the tepache soonish before it goes. I'm not sure. I think I want to drink it within a week, certainly. I'm going to try and finish that this weekend, I think. Sorry, snacking.
Oh, something I've been doing lately. I've been curling my hair, so I've got some
nice. Okay. I actually had a teeny trim this week. First time since May last year. Went in and saw my barber, who was still in business, which is nice because I thought maybe he wouldn't be because he's in the city. Can't have had much business. But he probably no one's noticed, but he trimmed my beard, made my beard immensely tidier than it was. The rest he just kind of trimmed a bit, not enough to even be noticeable, I don't think. But the whole thing is that keeps it healthy. If you trim it every now and then, it keeps it healthy. Okay. It also gives you money, but I'll take your word for it that it's a good idea that I do it. But yeah, this was the first time since May last year that I had a trim. I got my cast. Sorry, go.
I'm just going to respond to what Safa said. I should get Victorian Velocity model trains. No, Victorian trains, even British trains up until the 60s was steam trains, or late 50s into the 60s. But they got rid of steam trains in 1968 in this country. And that's steam trains, and I have no interest in steam trains at all. Actually, I really don't like steam trains. They're I have an argument that in every measurable way, diesel electric and electrics are better than steam trains. They're faster, quicker. Sorry, that's the same thing. They're faster, they're more economical. You need less people to operate them. They've got better range. They're cheaper. Just cheaper to run overall. Much more powerful by comparison. Less emissions. So yeah, so many reasons why they're better. Prettier, you could even say. Stylish, like curved ends and stuff like that. The only thing you can't measure is the heart. And that's where it comes down to it. And the thing is, I look at the modern trains, and I see myself doing the same thing I used to accuse old people of doing back in the day.
Yeah.
So you'd have something like this thing here.
Yeah.
So you get like a class 390. And as much as I know that they are faster, more economical, they tilt on the corners and all that kind of stuff, better acceleration rates, I'd still rather have one of these than a rake of coaches any day. And so when it comes to my model railway kind of thing, what I'm making is a window in time where you can peer through it and see what they used to be like in the time that I like.
Oh, nice. Well, that's fair. Doing what you like, that's fair.
Yeah. I mean, I've got in my time, it was all sectorization. So you had all these individual subsectors. So it was like British Rail as a massive group. And then there were different groups who had Intercity, Network South East, the rail freight companies, parcels, things like that. Yeah. And even within them, they'd be subdivided. So you'd have Intercity West Coast Main Line, Intercity East Coast Main Line, you'd have cross country, things like that. Well, I have a really good friend who does the sort of like 5 years after me kind of time, or maybe just a few years after me, really. But, and that's when it was privatized. So, or the pre-privatization kind of thing. Yeah. So they put those groups into different franchises, and then a company would bid. When privatization happened, a company would bid to operate that franchise. Like, right, well, we're going to introduce, sort of X amount of new services a day, and do up car parks and better provisions at stations, and things like that, and pay the government money as a dividends. So, but the problem is that it was just a bloody mess. It really was. I mean, there was a train crash with like 10 people died because of this. Because it's a complicated one, but I'll try and make it the short version. So when they privatized the railways, they had a company called Railtrack, who owned the stations and the track work and stuff like that. Hang on, I just need to take a drink.
It's okay.
So, well, then you had the train operating companies; those were the franchises, and so they would run the trains. And then you had track maintenance companies. So, with railways, if you have high-speed rail tracks, the engineering tolerances have to be really quite high. And so when the track is worn out and needs to be replaced, they will pick it up and they'll stick it on wagons and they'll take it away and put it on another line, because the tolerances for high speed, let's say it needs to be 100% for doing over 100 miles, doing 125 miles an hour. It only needs to be 70% to operate 45 mile an hour trains or something. So, it's still going to be well in the wear rate for the local lines. So it's just a cycling, and then the new stuff is made for the main lines. So, well, what happened was that there was some track that needed to be fixed, and the track maintenance company, let's say they put bids in, and they get contracts to do 10 different sections over the next 5 years or whatever, So what happens is, if they were supposed to, if number 4 overran, they just go to number 6 and come back and do number 5 later. So this section of track, which was number 5, was overdue its maintenance.
Yeah.
Well, So the way the system works is that, so you want to run a train, so you pay per mile. And so you're basically leasing. It's almost like an airport. You lease the gate. So you got to land, go to the gate, drop off passengers, pick up new ones, leave. And if you're delayed, they fine you.
Right.
So what happens is, if a train is delayed, they get fined. What happened was they needed to do the repairs on the track, and so the train operating company, so they could have put a speed restriction on. So if you reduce the speed, then it's within the tolerances of the old rail that needs to be replaced, and it now urgently needs to be replaced. But capitalism got in the way. Because what happened was they were getting pressure from the track maintenance company to do the work. Railtrack needed money, as a part of their business model. And so if they reduced the speed limit, then the train operating company didn't have to pay as much, or may not have to pay at all. So that's hitting them in the pocket, the Railtrack company, the track owner of it. But the train operating company, they were putting pressure as well, because they only have a certain amount of trains. So if you imagine that train does 6 journeys backwards and forwards, 3 times up from London to Scotland and back. Okay. What happens is, if there's a speed restriction on, they might lose 10 minutes on that. Well, you give that, you in those 6 journeys, that's an hour you've lost, because it's there and back. So as a result, their trains are delayed. Well, if their trains are delayed, the train that started at A and gets to B isn't going to be at B at the time it needs to be leaving. So they end up having not enough trains to supply the demand that's there. So they were putting pressure on Railtrack, and so Railtrack didn't put the speed restriction on. Train goes around speed around a sort of gentle corner, and the track splinters, and train falls over. People that got killed. Actually, it was 3 people got killed. That was the other one was a different story.
I'm just going to put the link there then, in case Nettie and nobody want to join, because they just came back.
Oh,
so I'm sure.
Hi, Nettie. Hi, nobody. Basically, because of money, people died.
Oh, yeah. On the plus side, Laura, I think what you've cited is absolutely the only time in the history of capitalism people have died unnecessarily in the service of the capitalist class. I think that's a thing that just doesn't happen in general terms. We had a similar one in Australia, very famously in the 70s, as suburban commuter train in Western Sydney crashed at Granville, crashed into the rail bridge, killed a bunch of people. It was a big deal. And basically the upshot was, this train was a commuter train that came from the mountains all through the western suburbs into the city. And why did it go too fast? Because it ran through a whole bunch of marginal seats in the New South Wales electorates, and those seats were regularly enough to sway an election result. So those commuters couldn't be late, or they'd vote out the government. So they ran the trains too fast and killed a bunch of people. And here's nobody.
Fucking g'day.
G'day, mate. How's it going?
Not too bad.
All right, that's good. Or maybe I should give the AIDSy update.
Yes.
I just want to finish off this railway thing, because it kind of led up to a lot more bullshit.
Yeah.
Hi, Nettie. So what happened was, when this crash happened, so what had happened was, in the British Rail period, they had the government would increase the budget, but they weren't keeping it up with inflation. So to cut costs, British Rail had bought rail from Germany, and German rail doesn't have the iron ore content. British Steel was really really great. So the plant that made the rail, it would last a lot longer because there's a higher, a higher iron ore content or something. I don't know, better purity. Whereas the German stuff, so it basically had fracture problems, and they knew this was a problem, but they kind of ignored it. Anyway, so when the train crashed, they immediately put a speed limit on they tested all over the network, and they immediately put a 20-mile-an-hour speed restriction on every section of track that needed to be replaced. And unfortunately, engineers, it was like an overreaction. Yeah. So that bit of track would be fine for doing 70 miles an hour, but they went and made it 20. And so the entire railway network just ground to a halt. And then there was kind of weird overreactions. So there's a kind of train called nuclear flask wagons. So
that sounds like fun.
Yeah, it's basically transport nuclear waste from.
Oh, okay. No, that's not fun at all.
Fun.
Well, sorry, not nuclear waste. It's the rods and stuff like that out of power stations.
Fuel.
They will be taken to Sellafield, which is like the processing.
It is nuclear waste. Yeah.
Yes.
No, nuclear waste.
Well, it's not really waste.
Glow in the dark.
It was basically take it back to Sellafield, get it reprocessed, send it back, new rods. So it was fix them up, basically. Well, there was a train that derailed in a siding at 5 miles an hour, and the local MP for that area was like outraged. And this is awful. This is terrible. We should not have it on the rail at all. We should transport it by road, as if that's going to be a lot better.
Yeah.
I mean,
trucks with nuclear waste rolling through the suburbs. Yeehaw.
Yeah, but not only that, of
Excellent
course.
Times.
When with railways, there's only 2 people running the train, effectively. There's the driver, and the signalman is making sure it goes in the right direction and stops at the right places. Whereas on the road, every other person driving any other vehicle is another mind that may not be working properly, and stupid, crazy things happen. So. Yeah, it was a whole mess, and eventually Railtrack went into receivership. If we need some money off the government, or else we're going to go bust. Okay, give them money. A few months later, we need some more money, please, and or we're going to go bust. And so they gave them money, and then on the third attempt, the government went, let's just look at this for a second, and then they put them into receivership and they took them over, and there was a big scandal about how the poor shareholders were, being sort of having their money stolen from them because the government took over. And the thing about it is, the whole thing happened because the whole railway network, think of it like a bicycle tire. Every time there was a problem with a bit, they would stick a puncture repair, sticker on it, And so as a result, you've got a wheel full of patches. And so all these cost cutting exercises to try, to just patch it up, and it's like the whole railway just needs fixing up.
Speaking of fixing up,
but what
they've done is they need to do the ASI update.
Yeah, I tell you this last sentence. What they've done is Railtrack had spent loads of money making stations look nice and pretty, because if you have a station that's got a load of shops in it, that's lots of people paying rent, expensive rent as well. So rather than spend it as much on the track as they should, they spent it making stations look nice, because if you're a customer getting on a train, the station still looks shitty, but the track is being worked on. Well, that you're not seeing anything for your money. Whereas the station looks pretty, you can see a visual effect of the work that's being done, and your fare price is going up as well, of course.
The train station looks great. The trains aren't running because the track's fucked, but the station looks fucking great.
Yeah.
Fan-fucking-tastic.
So that's basically the history of British Rail through the privatisation thing.
So, Nettie, you look like you're busting to say something. No, your microphone's not
But
working.
it's a good idea to do it when you're not muted.
Yeah. No, there's some sort of problems at Nettie's end. I think your microphone's just
permission
not
problem
working.
or something.
You're not muted. That's it. Anyway, while you try and work that out, this is actually slightly long. This is a series of quite long text messages Aidsy sent. So he just got out of hospital because he had a blood nose that lasted for 2.5 hours. So, yeah, boss of the house made him go to the hospital, even though he didn't think it was a big deal that his nose had been bleeding nonstop for 2.5 hours. So he didn't think he thought no one would take it seriously. Boss of the house called an ambulance. He thought the ambulance would say, sod off. The ambulance got there and went, oh my God, we've got to take you to hospital. And he's going, I thought when I got to hospital, they'd say it's no big deal, but they said it was a big deal. Nettie, how are you going?
Hi, what was that about hospital?
Okay, Aidsy's just got out of hospital because of a bleeding nose that lasted 2.5 hours. And then he got looked at by 4 doctors. They weren't happy. And they said it's a result of his high blood pressure. And they're trying to stop the bleeding and it wouldn't stop. They're getting concerned. And they said he might have had some mini strokes. And everyone in the hospital was unhappy. And they proceeded to bring his blood pressure down using drugs and morphine, but not as much morphine as he would have liked. And then boss of the house, who's back at the flat, rang the hospital because he said he just checked Aidsy's blood pressure medication and he hasn't been taking the right amount. He hasn't been taking nearly enough of his blood pressure medication, which probably caused this bleeding nose that wouldn't stop. And the upshot was if they couldn't get his blood pressure down, couldn't stop the bleeding, they were going to keep him there because they thought he'd die because of the bleeding. And so he said everyone abused him, boss of the house for not taking the medication, all the medical staff because of what boss of the house told them. Then they decided they had to redress his legs, and his legs are gross as fuck, basically, these things that won't heal. So staff took the bandages off and he said the look of horror on their faces, and they're used to treating chronic wounds, but they were shocked and horrified when they took off his existing dressings and saw what a fucked state his legs were in.
Wow.
They were visibly shaken, and they're going to go with gauze. They discovered this hurt him, and he said, what did they do in the clinic? And he said, well, they give me Panadol and hope for the best. Unless it's real bad, then they give me a couple of Endone. But they said, fuck it, and gave him some more morphine. And he said, well, that still hurts. And he says one of the nurses was actually crying during the closing process. That's what hurt him the most.
That's not a good sign.
No, when you put on a compression bandage the second time. Gave him some more Endone and, and then stuff to bring his blood pressure down and his methadone. And then he stopped bleeding, and they were all apparently a bit surprised that he'd actually stopped bleeding. They kept him on observation for a while, and they said, well, you're going home now, but you're literally not allowed to do anything. You're not allowed to leave your flat. Someone has to do it. Someone has to do shopping. And Aidsy apparently nodded and went, yeah. And then no one's going to do that. I'll just be organised and only do one trip to the shops. So he says, under a lot of stress, big surprise. Also, the legal thing with the weirdo and the flats is still going on. And now for approximately the 4th time, he's said to me he thinks it'll be sorted out in 2 weeks. It's been 2 weeks for the last 3-4 months. So, so he wanted me to tell everyone. And then he even said, look, I understand a lot of what I said in these texts aren't necessarily completely truthful, but you know me, So he said, don't say Aidsy nearly died on Thursday. Say, it was just typical Aidsy stuff. So,
you know that Suclu was invented. I think it was in Korea. It's like the powder. Yeah, it's basically look at Vietnam. Someone gets badly injured, they take a little powder thing, they stick it in the wounds, shove it, push it together, and the moisture is what makes it harden and secure. And then wrap a bandage around them, and they do that while they're waiting for the helicopter to turn off, to get them off to the
Yeah.
I could be wrong about this, but I don't think it's the same formula as the stuff we buy in shops today.
No, but it's not far off, to be honest.
Yeah.
Anyway, so to use that analogy, Aidsy is mostly super glue.
Yeah, he's more medical prosthesis than man. But yes, he
He's just
apologized.
embracing the future.
Yeah, he apologized if he was supposed to reply to anyone that he didn't, as his brain's a bit overwhelmed at the moment, and his physical body is also overwhelmed. But he's still saying, like, oh, in 2 weeks, I think everything will be fine, and I'll be back, and I'll be joining shit.
I love his optimism.
Yeah, you gotta love it. Having had the nearly die thing again, he goes in the hospital in these dire situations and always comes out. Like, seriously, I'm not joking. In the last 10 years, there would have been at least a dozen times he went into hospital, and a perfectly feasible worst case scenario was he wasn't coming out, like a dozen times, and every time, yeah, I'm out, and it's just like, okay.
Well, that's what you get for playing with high magic.
Yeah, no, that's it. Exactly. And that's what some people say, it doesn't work. All these things happen to you. And he goes, no, it does work. That's the only thing that keeps me going. So,
How would
that,
he be about community nurses turning up to make him take his pills?
I don't think he thinks that's a thing that's happened. And also his flat, is a whole complicated thing where they wouldn't be able to get in the front door anyway. And then it'd be like, oh, we contact him. And so, the guy with the fucked legs, you're going to make him walk down 2 flights of stairs to open the door to let the community nurse in. So there's a basic problem.
Live somewhere else.
Maybe he should, honestly, but he's successfully been sort of superintendent in this block of student flats for years now, which is really a fairly stunning achievement on his part.
Oh yes, it certainly is.
You know what? I think they should just make it, to make it easy for him. They should just, like, put a little house right next as a part of the hospital, so he can live there. So it's just quicker for him to get to the hospital.
Cracking idea, Laura. I second that notion.
It's almost like,
Would it be cheaper?
Here's the key to the hospital. You're here most of the time anyway. Just let yourself in,
Yeah, no, it should be a bit of that sort of thing.
Yep, they should definitely. They should just put a unit in, off one of the hospital wings. So it's just like, you got this department, that department, AIDS's place.
Yeah,
I think that's a top idea. I second that motion.
Let's make it happen.
Absolutely.
How have the two of you been?
Pretty good. I've got. I'm just going to read out JQ571.
What? Okay. JQ571.
Is that from Twitch?
Departing Brisbane at 12:05 p.m.
Oh, don't!
on Wednesday, the 20th of April.
What's
That's
that
the next
mean?
time we see each other.
Oh, right. Okay.
It means that's when my flight comes to Melbourne.
Ah.
Yeah.
And it was wasted because Angry wasn't there. I don't know if you heard any of that, but I'll just.
Am I the only one? Am I the only one that just sort of got the feeling that Nettie just started blushing?
I do that all the time. Don't worry about it, especially when he's around.
Especially when I'm involved.
Oh dear. What did I walk in on there? Yeah.
Angry, I don't know if you heard, so I shall read it again. I'm just going to read a random JQ571.
What?
Departing at 12:05 on Wednesday, the 20th of April.
So next time we see each other.
Arriving at 2:30 p.m. on the 20th of April.
Good. Okay. Fucking hell, just random numbers. And okay, did you think that was a word? You just said some letters and numbers. What was that?
I still don't understand.
I did see the airport fuck up. I
Yeah,
didn't see
I
all of
mentioned
it.
that earlier. The head of Qantas was blaming the customers, and then he got some blowback. He go, "Oh no, I didn't really mean it was their fault." Like, dude, that's what you fucking said. That is
You
straight
blame
up.
the customers for your company not fucking serving them. That's class, that is.
Oh, he's trying to say people aren't used to flying because they haven't been flying for 2 years, and Bum Fungus summed it up. Yeah, head of Qantas.
Yeah,
What a cunt.
pretty accurate.
Yeah.
Pretty accurate. He is. He's a dick.
Yeah.
Thank you, Heine.
What happened?
Yes.
What was the fuck up?
Oh, just they couldn't get anyone through the terminal. It was like this huge crowd, big line, and it was just rowdy scenes, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Sounds a lot like what's happened at Manchester Airport recently, where the company CEO has gone and resigned because people have turned up 3+ hours before flights and have missed their flights.
Right.
Because again, exactly as Bumfunger says, not enough security lanes open, jams of people, queues that go out into the car park, and all because basically they haven't got enough staff because people have been testing positive for COVID.
Right.
So what's basically happened is no one was allowed to go on holiday for ages, and suddenly now people are allowed to go on holiday. They want to go on holiday, but we've still got COVID going on, which means that people aren't able to work.
Yeah.
So,
fair enough.
yeah, I mean the mayor is talking about sending the police in to help with the security stuff.
Good God.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now the thing is, the police haven't got quite a brilliant reputation with the stop and search type of thing. So
no, they go a bit over the top.
So they won't be well received.
Oh, and I got some parcels of model train stuff today. I showed them off earlier, and that means that I've now got a box full of ghost turd.
All right.
It has a little label. Do not eat this.
That's my nickname for those little,
Yeah, it's all
I knew exactly what you meant when you said it.
Yeah.
I love it.
So, the good news is, with this coming trip to Melbourne, is last time it was for work.
Sorry, did you say last time or lust time? Because I'm not sure.
Last time it was very
time
much a
was
working thing. There wasn't a lot of leisure time because there was a lot to do in a short amount of time.
Yeah.
This trip, however, this one is much more for pleasure.
Good. You were a matron. All right. I'm just getting a big block of ice so I can pour myself another drink.
Oh, my friend last night, because I went out with dinner with friends last night, and we went to a Thai place. I'm angry, but Nettie and nobody have only just arrived, so they may not know this yet. So yeah, basically went out for some drinks, and then it turned into let's go and have some dinner. So we went to a Thai place that I like. Introduced them to sticky rice, which I love. So I had I forgot what it was called, but basically it's an oyster sauce over peas, and it was chicken. It's chicken and string beans, in the bean pouch kind of thing, but it's like long, thin ones. Just eat the whole thing. I don't know what they're called.
Beans
and mushrooms. So that was the meal. It was really nice with sticky rice. Very tasty, enjoyable. Although there was a chili in there, and when I didn't realize, I thought it was like just a pepper, and it was a chili.
Yeah. I had a Thai
not enough lemonade. So last night. What happened was they had theirs and they didn't even finish it, and I abhor waste. So basically, they ended up putting it in boxes, and now I've got it. Because it's like, I'll put it in a box, I'll take it home, and then they end up chucking it in the bin because they think, I don't really want that, right? So it ends up going to waste anyway. And like I say, I just hate waste. So it's like, yeah, they're just boxes and they're in my fridge at the moment. And I'm tempted, because I haven't had anything to eat yet, to have that.
Have a Thai brunch.
It is lunchtime. It's 1:24 in the afternoon here.
Oh, there you go. It's lunch. It's not even brunch. It's lunch.
Yeah. Would you be okay me eating on camera?
No, we don't care.
I do it.
Half of us drink on camera. Sometimes we eat as well. I mean, I've been pissed on camera a few times. Not as many as angry, but you know.
and
that's
who knows?
a high standard.
Who knows what tonight's gonna bring?
Safa, you were talking about breaking the bank balance. I was a bit worried about the bank balance, but I managed to catch probably the only prices that weren't going to empty my bank account. So actually, what isn't actually wasn't too bad. My return flight is only $79.
Well, that's
what date is it you're flying?
I did book. I did pay an extra $7 for choice of seat, because getting sandwiched between two passengers is kind of uncomfortable.
I prefer to sit as far back as possible, because you can see how far it is to fall.
Yeah, that's lovely thought. Thank you, Laura. Appreciate it.
The other one to remember is the only time you got too much fuel is when you're on fire.
Well, yes, or actually, anytime there's a critical problem with the plane, you have to land quickly.
Yeah.
If you want it to be pedantic, because they can't land if they're too heavy.
They can. They just have to take it a lot more gently, so they just make it easier to burn it off.
They tend to dump it if they have to land.
Sorry, dump it. That's what I meant. Dump it, burn it. You know, they might.
Which
just
it still means they've got too much fuel, though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just they get rid of it.
Yeah,
and
it really comes down to it comes down to the engineering tolerances. You know, so the heavier it is, the more stress it puts on the plane, and therefore it's better in the long term for them to have a plane that isn't overloaded.
Yes. Have you ever had a bumpy landing where you go, "Ooh, that was a bit hard"?
Yeah.
I watch aviation content on YouTube.
Oh no, that's nightmare stuff. Those ones.
Do you? I know. It's not just about incidents that happen. There's procedures, how they work, things that are going on. Actually, a hard landing is, I believe, it's either 2 or 2.5 Gs generated on touchdown. That's a hard landing. And after a hard landing, the plane has to go into the shed for the engineers to look over.
Yeah, because probably should. Hi, Optical Turkey, by the way.
Hello.
But although you get those videos on YouTube, they're not of things going wrong. They're of planes landing, but in really adverse conditions. And you see the plane coming in, instead of nice and even, it's on this angle and it's rocking. And
when you see them crabbing,
one wheel hits the tarmac and it bounces, and I get and you just imagine every person on that plane must have literally shit their pants. I think
it would be very unsettling. I believe it or not, watching those videos, there's two things that come to mind. Number one is the fairly obvious one. I would not want to be with those passengers. That's fucked.
Yeah,
but
I've been on that. One of those planes.
Oddly enough, when you see really extraordinary landings, and you see planes land in difficult circumstances where you would expect automatically everyone's fucked, and they get there, no one's fucked, unless somebody got up to no good in the plane somehow. I kind of find that encouraging.
Well, they're positive outcomes, certainly.
Positive outcomes, and it shows those planes can be subjected to a lot of stress.
Oh yeah, but Boeing have a standard thing for wings where it has to receive 150% of the maximum load it would ever be expected to take.
Yes,
and they literally have a rig where they bend the wings.
They bend the shit out of them.
Bend it, and they bend it until it breaks.
Mm.
You know, and like, you know, you could, I mean, I saw it with like all these different ones, the 787 and so on. And you watch it, you know, you can see this footage of them bending it, and then you just hear this almighty whack, just like this, as it just
the release of the tension is
fortunately for us, they don't test every airplane to destruction before it's released.
No, but you know, it's basically
that's good to fly. We've just glued the wing back on. She's right.
Yeah, it's basically the first wing that they test to make sure it is at the tolerance that they engineered it to be. And the thing is, when they break, they're breaking at like, you know, 187% of the maximum workload. So the 150% is easily.
I think with the number of people who are actually flying, we should talk about.
Optical Turkey on YouTube says, I just came back from New South Wales and I'm going to the US next month. So this is a bit of a weird conversation to drop into. If it's any comfort to you, Optical Turkey, I'm getting on a plane in a couple of weeks. My flight's only a couple of hours, but, you know, still, flight's a flight.
My fucked up one is that 2 days before I was flying into New York to go and gather, you know, a trans sort of gathering, there was a TV show, documentary about, you know, air traffic control. And how they were overworked, and you know, it was stressful, and lots of planes coming in, and they got to get it right all the time, and all that kind of stuff. And when there's fog, it becomes really problematic, and so on. And this was in the New York area where the documentary was explaining it. And it's like, I'm flying in there in just 2 days. Do I really want to know this right now? So yeah. One of the things that made, you know, that really kind of pissed me off, because I know about planes, and so it's basically idiots who know bloody nothing. You know, they're making claims and they have no idea what they're talking about. And one of the claims that they said with the whole 9/11 stuff, that the plane was doing 500 miles an hour, that's impossible. They can't fly at 500 miles an hour at low level. And the answer is yes, they can. They're just not, you know, supposed to. Because it comes down to stress. The more you stress a plane, the longer its lifespan is. So if we look at it from a car point of view, if you treat every green light as a start of a race and every red light as an emergency stop, it's not going to be long before your engine and your tires are screwed. And so, you know, to get the 25 to 30 year lifespan out of a plane, it's designed to have, you know, if you can imagine the red line being here, it's designed to be over here. Sure, it could do that, but it's underneath.
It's why the Enterprise doesn't fly at warp 9 all the time. Technically, it could, but it's overstressing it.
You know what? There's a funny line on Red Dwarf, which was, you know, Starbug's made out of like, you know, out of like industry, it's pretty much indestructible. You know those those crashes or whatever, and what you find is like a baby doll and, you know, a shoe or something. Starbug is made out of that, because that's the stuff that always survives, kind of thing. And you know, it's not true, of course. It's like, you know, and the cat who's just, you know, cat is a cat, as in where we came from, you know, apes. He came from a domestic house cat. Because it's
going, how am I looking?
Exactly. And Kat basically says, really? It's like, you're so gullible. Thanks.
Yeah, there was more than one pilot for American TV of an American version of Red Dwarf. And I saw a bit of one of them, and Kat was a woman, which I don't think was a terrible idea. I think that brings in different comedic things of a sex-crazed female character with weird egotistical cat tendencies on top of that. I think that's got some very distinct comedic possibilities in it. But no, none of them ever went to air. None of them ever got past a pilot being made. They didn't seem to be able to make it happen. But yeah, it's it's weird the stuff that we don't know about, stuff that gets made, pilots, they spend a fortune. Like apparently HBO spent several $1 million working up a pilot for a Game of Thrones spin-off, and they decided the project had failed utterly and shelved it. And so completely different people are doing a completely different Game of Thrones spin-off now.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so much money floating around.
I've got... Okay, you want to know the most ludicrous
None of it for
pilot
me.
I've ever seen? And you can find this on YouTube. And it's called Heil Honey, I'm Home. And it's Hitler and Ava Brahms living in a suburban America place. And their Jewish neighbors live next door.
I feel like that was a sketch on a sketch comedy show because I feel like I've seen it.
It was a comedy show.
Yeah.
But it's like, I think the word too soon is very appropriate.
What I'm saying is I don't think it was ever designed to actually be a sitcom. I don't think it was ever piloted as a sitcom. I think it was a short. I could easily be wrong, but for me, it feels like I've seen it as a sketch on a sketch comedy show. It's weird the amount of stuff that they pay to make pilots. Sometimes several episodes, sometimes a whole series, and then they air 1 or 2 or 3 episodes, and they go, "This sucks. Everyone hates it," and it just disappears into a black hole. Stuff that was shot is never seen. I do remember that. Strictly Sega, the South Park guys did a 1-season sitcom about George Bush as a president called That's My Bush. I remember watching bits of it and thinking, this isn't terrible. It's extremely weird, but it's not terrible. That's okay. Oh, we already had a thing. I burped earlier before you were there, and Laura thought I was potentially literally stealing your thunder on that one.
Thunder?
No, it's
thunder from down under.
Okay, so it was a show and it was cancelled after 1 episode.
Okay.
Centers on Adolf Hitler and Eva Braun live next door to a Jewish couple. The show spoofs elements of mid-20th century American sitcoms and is driven by Hitler's inability to get on with his neighbors.
For some unknown reason.
Yeah. It caused controversy when broadcast and has been called perhaps the most tasteless situation comedy.
Perhaps. Not conclusively, just maybe. Because there's certainly been some garbage made over the years. What's funny, I remember reading a book by an American travel writer about the UK, England, Wales, Scotland, Ireland. And he's a really good writer, and I love his stuff. And he's talking about how the first time he visited England was in the 70s, and he got a room at a boarding house. And for an American, it was this absolutely surreal and almost impossible to understand circumstance with some grumpy, late middle-aged woman running everything, and there being this TV in the corner in this common room playing it. And he said playing a program that seemed to be called Help My Neighbor's a Darky. And as soon as he said that, I go, I know what show he's talking about. It was called Love Thy Neighbor. And the entire premise was this rather reactionary white guy as a West Indian couple move in next door. And he's really up in arms about it. And but I know the show was actually meant to be anti-racist. It was meant to be lampooning racist ideas. But just reading this American writing, there was some show on, and I think it was called Help My Neighbor's a Darky. And I went, I know what show he was watching. I know what it was. Language had like a dozen ethnic stereotypes in it. But yeah. Sorry, Laura.
I've got the premise of this thing. So it said in 1938, Adolf Hitler and Eva Braun live in Berlin next to a Jewish couple, Amy and Rosa Goldenstein. Hitler and Braun have very little in common with their historical counterparts, acting more like stock husband and wife, Hitler, for example, appears in a golfing sweater and a cravat, as well as military garb. The Goldsteins are similarly hackneyed characters, with Amy making frequent disparaging comments about his mother-in-law, mockingly performing a Roman salute at one point. The show is a spoof, not the Third Reich, but of the sort of sitcoms produced in the United States in the 1950s to the 70s, and would embrace any idea of no matter how stupid. In this spirit, the title, plot, and dialogue are deliberately vapid and corny, and the characters are applauded whenever they arrive on set. So the pilot of the first episode centers on British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain coming over to Hitler's house, not wanting the Goldensteins to interrupt the visit. Hitler instructs Braun to keep the news from Rosa, which she fails to do. Rosa duly invites herself over in hopes of matching Chamberlain with her dull niece Ruth. Hitler gets the Goldensteins drunk in an attempt to make them leave before Chamberlain arrives, but they stay. Amy and Ava end up leading the Prime Minister in a conga line around the living room while Hitler hides the Peace in Our Time agreement in the icebox. Only the pilot was ever screened, although 7 episodes were planned and 8 were recorded, in which a story arc involved Hitler's secretive attempts to kill the Goldensteins. Unlike the pilot episode, the others have animated opening titles similar to the style of those in Bewitched.
Right. So yeah, they're trying to be explicit. Well, who knows why that failed? It's some things are just impossible to understand.
Yeah.
It's very hard to work out why a show having Hitler as the lead in a sitcom didn't work. Who knows? Those Hollywood types, they're extremely clever, and they know what works.
Some people.
The thing is, this was a British sitcom. It's not like Americans who put their foot in their one mouth and replace it.
Wow.
This was a British one.
I was going to compare that to the show that Dan and Dave, who produced Game of Thrones, they were going to move on to a project of
the Civil War that the South won.
Yeah, if the South had won.
And unsurprisingly, a large number of black people said, "Can you white fucking rich pricks stop treating our exploitation as a mild entertainment for yourself?" The idea that we're going to explore the idea that black people are still slaves. And it's just like, or you could fuck off. You could also fuck off. That's another thing. And in fact, it was really funny the way they fucked up the end of Game of Thrones seems to have fucked their career. Prior to them fucking up that last season, everyone wanted them. All these things were going to happen. And they didn't exactly cover themselves in glory by going to conventions and stuff and in Q&A panels going, yeah, we had no idea what we were doing. We're just making it up as we went along. And basically sounding clueless and unprofessional to the point where other people just went, yeah, maybe we don't want to work with them. Maybe they're fucking idiots. Who just failed upwards to the point where they got to spend hundreds of millions of dollars. But...
I've been watching Law and Order SVU, season 19, and I'm in halfway into 20 now.
Wow.
And they make a season a year, so it's been going on for a while.
Yes.
And
I've watched every season for, I don't know, maybe 10 years. And,
anyway, I've been working my way through them, and in one of the episodes, it's someone asked the Tutuola, who's Ice-T, don't you have any problem with immigrants coming in and stuff like and it's like, hey, my people were brought in chains, and it's like, it's not, people who came to America weren't just immigrants.
Yes, there's I always loved the Malcolm X line. I'm assuming it's a real line he said in a speech, but I remember it from Denzel Washington playing Malcolm X in the movie. And it's like a killer line. It was just like in one of his big sermons, Malcolm X going, "We didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us." Because there's this whole mythology white Americans have about, oh yes, I'm a descendant of someone from the Mayflower that landed on Plymouth Rock, and it's this wonderful, the freedom manifest destiny fairy tale they tell themselves. So, what was that? Sorry, Stricker said it was actually a joke in Red Dwarf. Rim had recorded a show where the South won. Oh no! Yeah, well,
incidentally, this year is the 400th. Was it 500th anniversary of the Mayflower? 1622.
400.
Yeah, so it's the 400th anniversary of the Mayflower this year, and I've stood on Plymouth Rock,
right?
In Plymouth.
Oh, actually, in Plymouth.
Yes, it's where my friend.
Plymouth. You meant Plymouth, England?
Yeah, well, that's where the Mayflower started off from.
Yeah, and that's what they called the place where it landed too. Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose.
I don't know. From Plymouth to Plymouth.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's just, you literally just every time someone says the word Plymouth, I'm just hearing Denzel again. You know, it's just like, we didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us.
Yeah.
But yes, manifest destiny. It's awesome. Nothing bad ever came from the mythology that America tells itself.
Manifest Destiny was a bit later than that. That was more.
That was the westward expansion.
1800s. Yeah. You know, and I, you know, the funny thing is, you could consider the Cuban Missile Crisis and the blockade as being a kind of form of manifest destiny. We got a God-given right to interfere on anything that might involve us, is effectively the argument that was used. So they could put a blockade on international waters to stop the Russians getting to Cuba.
Well, yes, and I can also understand the idea of being a bit twitchy of the idea of Russian nuclear weapons being deployed a 10-minute rocket flight from Miami. I mean, I see that
it's
making
kind of a concern.
Again,
especially seeing how Russia's going in Ukraine.
Yeah,
now
they put as many missiles as close as possible to the USSR all through the Cold War, but that was like, but that's a rule for them. There's a different rule for us.
You know, there is a rather sad reality that I've sort of remembered in recent days, and that is that in the immediate aftermath of Ukraine, you know, the collapse of the Soviet Union, you know, Ukraine having a new constitution as an independent country, so declaring independence from the Soviet Union, basically.
Yes.
They had a lot of nuclear weapons, nuclear bombers, you know, available to them.
Yeah.
If they still had those available, I wonder if Russia would have been able to invade.
Well, it's the old story of why does North Korea act as wild as they do? Because they've got nukes. You can't stop them from acting as wild as they are.
I've actually made that argument. You know, I think I've got a really good idea about it. So, and it really comes down to Saddam Hussein and Gaddafi.
Oh.
So, what happens is 9/11 happens. George Bush gives us the axis of evil speech, and he lists like a whole bunch of countries: Syria, Iran, Libya, North Korea, you know, and so Iraq. So what happens is Iraq tries to fight and gets knocked over easily because, you know, America stroke NATO, much more powerful, obviously. And so they get defeated easily, and then eventually Saddam gets found and hung. Yeah. So fighting didn't work. Libya, Gaddafi went, you know what, maybe this is, you know, seeing what's happened in Iraq, maybe it's not a good idea to be on that, you know. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to change the system and I'm going to play ball. And so what happened was he started to work with the West and all that kind of stuff. But then what happened was the Arab Spring thing happened, and basically he looked weak to his home crowd. And so the people who didn't like him, basically, they ended up civil war. He gets killed. So playing ball doesn't work. And so Kim Il Sung and then Kim Jong Un is like, okay, being on the axis of evil's list is not good. Our military is shit. That we would be destroyed in a day. There is no the Air Force and all that kind of stuff. It's just like ancient stuff. Their newest thing date back to the early 80s. So, they just easily be knocked out. So, how can we avoid being attacked? Well, if we've got nuclear weapons, we can have a nuclear deterrent. And that stopped America and Russia fighting for, decades. So we should do that. And that's why they've got nuclear weapons.
Well, it is. You do see that history shows give up your weapons when you're in some sort of tiff with the US and you are making a terrible mistake, because the US will fuck you if you don't have something that stops them from fucking you.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, one of the things that Putin has been, these negotiations, because it's like peace, trying to arrange a peace agreement in Turkey. And one of the things Russia has proposed is for Ukraine to demilitarize. And Ukraine is like, get fucked. It's like, wait a minute, we've got weapons now and you invaded us. What's going to happen the day that we get rid of our weapons?
Yes. Yeah, exactly. That's a fairly valid point, that you certainly would not trust anything Russia said about what you should or shouldn't do.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's like, in the month before, we're not going to invade Ukraine. We're not going to invade Ukraine, and then they invade Ukraine.
Sure did.
It's like, how the fuck do you trust Russia on anything ever again?
No, you clearly. But my favorite thing was like, people who, doubt the American regime. Like when the Americans are saying, "Oh no, Russia's going to invade," we should do something. It's like, shut the fuck up. You're doing your same shit. And it turns out Russia invaded. I love the people who honestly said, okay, yes, I said America was talking shit and Russia wouldn't invade. In my defense, the people in America who are spouting that line were a bunch of filthy liars who have been lying nonstop for several decades about shit they wanted to. Blow me down this time. What they were saying was true. So, how was I to know that this was the one time they were telling the truth?
I'm kind of going to paraphrase Mr. Miyagi, and sort of like there's the banners in his dojo in Okinawa, and it's like rule number 1, karate is for defense only. Rule number 2, first learn for rule number 1. But it's like rule number 1, don't trust Russia. Rule number 2, look at see rule number 1.
Rule 1, yeah. No, it's it's fairly extraordinary when you look back at the last several decades of Putin, with him just he's completely subverting the Russian constitution in his quest for power. And just thinking he could just stomp into Ukraine and make it his. He does seem to be getting a nasty shock that he wasn't speaking. Oh wow! Nobody's had a break. Oh no, he's back. He had technical problems. Now he's back.
Yeah, that was interesting. Everything just sort of went frozen, and then all the screens went black. I went, thanks, computer. Appreciate it. Remind me to kick your ass, you fucking cunt.
Yeah, that doesn't sound great.
But we're back. Must have been a dropout in the internet or something.
It happens.
I just spent the last 30 seconds like looking at the camera with my, so it looks like I'm frozen because I'm not always very moving. I don't move a lot.
You're not animated.
No, I'm not very animated. So I have had people sort of, is your screen frozen? No, I just didn't move much.
That's completely.
People know when my screen's frozen because they stop seeing the ticks.
There was
one of which has caused several of which have caused borderline concussion injuries
because you're too close to a wall.
Just a couple of months ago, I hit a wall pretty hard, and my eyesight went all blurry.
Yeah,
could have been worse. It could have been my head.
Yeah, I remember a thing a few years ago. I was making a video, and it was sort of a joke heavy metal song I was lip syncing to, and there was one dramatic moment where I was shooting against a neutral wall because it kind of looked good to have a neutral background behind me, and it was like being a mysterious hooded figure who at a critical moment threw his head back, and I did that, and I hadn't rehearsed it at all. And I was standing too close to the wall. And so I threw my head back straight in. Fortunately, it was like fibro, not brick. It still fucking hurt because it was a really big shock because I'd full-blooded thrown my head back and was not expecting to hit a wall and hit a wall. And there is video of it, of me just going,
No, I didn't say anything when I hit the wall. It was just crack. And then everything was like, there's blurry everything, and there's two of them all. And it's like, is that going to come good? And it started to adjust up and go, there we are. Well, that certainly
scares me. That scares me.
Most of them don't bother me, but that one did.
I've threatened to go up to Queensland and wrap his head in a pillow and gaffer tape it to him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good plan.
That one was quite bad.
That was bad.
Most of them is kind of that was a bit, but that one really fucking hurt.
By the way, you might want to know my toe feels a lot better now. It's fine.
Good.
I found this huge bruise on my thigh last week, and I found it because when I was lying on my right side trying to go to sleep, it's like, wow, that feels like a bruise. Why does that hurt? It's huge. It's like this, and it's black. It was totally black, and I don't remember doing it at all.
I still have I've got a big scab on my leg when I got my new computer delivered. So I didn't build it up again until the next day. And I left it in the hallway because I opened it up and have a look and took all the stuff out of it because there was a load of stuff in there. And so I left it in the hallway, and then I forgot that it was there and walked into the hallway with the light off. And because, it's black and it's dark in the hallway, I ended up walking into it because I forgot it was there. And
yes, it's a good old case of
snapping it right on the corner. It's like, oh, bloody hell. And it pulled a chunk of skin out or whatever. And so I ended up, I've still got a bit of scab left.
Oh, God.
So it's gone from like that big, a few weeks ago. Now it's like a bit left, so.
It sounds like one of those cases of, if it's worth doing, it's worth overdoing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, dear.
And I've actually got a pulled muscle of some kind in my bum.
Lovely.
Honestly, it's true. I've got on my left hand side, it's like behind, it's basically my bum's there, and there's like a muscle in the middle somewhere, And every time I swing my leg over to get out of bed or whatever, or make certain moves, it's like pinch. You know, that
Yeah.
pulled muscle pinch. There's like little stab of pain
in the glutes.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Zorro.
Hello.
Sorry, just
Completely randomly, something just occurred to me that I don't. Somebody asked me a while ago if I've ever played metal in the church's PA system. Well,
Yeah.
friends, yes, I have.
Sounds like a recent thing, was it?
Grasshopper, remember Grasshopper was recommending a song to watch reaction videos to?
Yeah.
By Ginger. Well,
Vaguely.
so it's this quite nice melodic tune, and then it sort of gets towards the hook, and the singer goes from singing quite sweetly to just doing that metal screeching raw thing. She's quite good, actually. Like, I've watched that music clip and shown a couple of people and going, you know what? Like, there's good reaction value when she gets onto that chorus, and everyone just goes, "Whoa!" But they're actually really good musicians. Anyway, I was talking with our parish priest. So we've started doing a less formal service on a Sunday night at 6 p.m, trying to attract younger people.
Sure.
And we were discussing just, it's like open discussion after the service. And we were talking about music. So I just plugged the laptop into the projector and put the music video on.
Good. Just to show him.
Yeah. Funny enough, Priest has already seen it. Priest has already seen it, so he didn't get much of a reaction at all, which is disappointing.
Oh.
But I don't. Somebody in the chat a while ago asked me. So yeah, if that person is there and you know who you are, well, yeah, did that.
The answer is yes. Yes, you have.
Incidentally, did your friend do the sermon with the thing that I said? I can't remember what it was now. It was a joke or something of mine.
I can't remember either. I don't know if I remember to pass it on. There's been a bit happening.
For the non-Australians, I'd like to share a photo, share a picture. There you go.
Sure.
Just get it.
Okay. Sorry, I found myself holding my breath. What was that? Okay. Oh,
I see one of these little guys.
Oh, ringtail possum. Yeah.
Yeah, ringtail possum. Over the fence when I was putting the garbage out last night. He was on Cochrane Road and he stopped there. He looked at me and I thought, what the hell is that? Is that a tiny cat? Is that a kitten?
A tiny cat.
He goes up this really tall wall, like, and I went, that's not a cat. And got a bit closer, and he was so tame, and he was so little, and he was so cute. And he left his big long tail hanging out, with the white and the black ring on it. And he turned around with the big eyes. And he looked at me like, "Hey, will you feed me or will you eat me?"
That is so cute.
And I was just so entranced and so enchanted. It was so sweet.
Oh,
nice. Yeah, we have a few possums around here. You see the brush-tail possums most often, but occasionally the little ringtails, which are much cuter. The brush-tail possums are like a fat, full-sized cat with a huge bushy tail. But the ringtails can be tiny.
He looked like he would fit on my hand quite comfortably with a tail sort of round, the body would fit nicely on my hand. He was so little.
When I was in the park this afternoon having a walk with Mrs. Angry, I did see a butcher bird, which is an occasional visitor to our neighborhood. It's not here all the time. But I don't know if you've ever seen a butcher bird. I think they're really cute. They're like a cross between a kingfisher and a magpie. They're about the size of a large kingfisher, and they've got a similar profile, but the colouring is like a magpie. And the little kingfisher type beak they have has a hook on the end of the top.
Those guys.
They're extremely carnivorous, the butcher birds. Apparently they get their name because one of the things they do when they kill various bugs or small creatures for their food outside their nest, they actually hang the dead things off sticks. You know, it's like a meal hanging there waiting. And people said it's like a butcher hanging carcasses up on a hook. So they got known as butcher birds. Also, they're homicidal fucking maniacs. They're not very big. They will kill other birds. They will kill small things like mice and rats and shit. Which apparently, I've heard more than one story of a suburban person being traumatized by, you know, they're watching this, what looks like a cute little bird, and it sort of dives into their garden and comes up and it's caught a mouse or something, and it fucking tears it to pieces. And the people are like really traumatized by what a homicidal murderer this cute little bird is.
Hashtag Australian wildlife.
Yeah.
Come to Australia. Even the grass wants to kill you. Sorry, Nettie, I stepped on you there. What were you saying?
They are really cute little birds. My dad used to call them peewees for some reason.
Peewees are a different thing. At least what I call peewees, and I forget what their real name is, but they're a very different bird anyway.
Oh, are they?
At least the ones, yeah, it's a provincial slang term. It's not the real name for a word. So people in one area of the country might call a totally different bird a peewee. But there was a very different black and white bird that was around where I was growing up that we called peewees. I still see them in this neighborhood. Actually, Mrs. Angry's got a big old book of birds over there, and I can probably find the one that we call.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I probably made the mistake because it's been a damn long time since I heard my dad call anything a peewee.
Oh, no, not sort of holding you guilty of anything, but all right. So I gotta.
But you know, he spent a lot of time in New South Wales, so I'm probably getting them mixed up.
Okay, no, there's a fairy wrens. That's not it. I'm expecting this to be on the same page as the magpies, currawongs. Wattlebirds are another one we get a lot of. They're like an interesting native bird. Looks a bit like a thrush, but they have the males have the little red things like turkeys have that are called wattles. So they call them wattlebirds. A lot of people think it's got to do with the wattle flower, but it doesn't. It's got to do with the males having this red thing on their cheek. Okay, here we are. This is currawongs and ravens, magpies, butcherbirds. All right, no, maybe it's this way.
Butcherbirds, that doesn't sound very encouraging. That sounds very Australian.
Doesn't. But they're super cute. They are very cute little birds. Okay, it wasn't it. Maybe they've called it a peewee in the glossary. Index of common names. A T gives with. How does the alphabet work? Plover. Petrel. Penguin. Peewee. Magpie lark. That's it. That's its proper name, magpie lark. Where is the alphabet is defeating me yet again. Magpie goose, magpie lark. 237. Okay, this page 237. $235. Oh. 237. Okay. Nettie, see, I don't know how well that's going, but those sorts of birds,
I'll make it bigger. Yeah, them. Yeah.
yeah, those are
Yeah,
peewee.
that's what
And
I
again,
mixed up.
similar marking because a butcher bird has very similar black and white markings, but it's got a different sort of profile to the peewees.
You know, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just, it's sort of a semi-ish topic change, but not.
Yeah.
Still about animals, except for so there's a dog food in the UK called Butcher's Choice, and it's like real proper meat rather than the processed stuff that you get in a can normal, for dogs.
Sure. Yeah.
And so, well, none of the family pets, your dogs we've ever had that kind of stuff. They just had like pedigree chum or whatever. But my former friend my friend who used to live upstairs, I haven't seen him for years. He had a Staffordshire Bull Terrier. And it was a nice dog, friendly and everything, but oh god, if you had food, it was like, just like, oh, you've got food kind of thing, and you couldn't eat there because the dog would be all over you, and it just like that was just annoying. And our family, we used to sort of, like tell the dog like stop watching if the dog was watching you eat. The dog would look away, and then sort of gradually sort of, look again, stop watching, and every time the dog looked away, it's like, you bastard, I hate you. But so to have this dog all over you, if I had like a chocolate bar or something, it's just like, just like all of, I'd have to like stand up because Staffordshire Bull Terriers are small, so I'd have to be able to eat there. I would have to stand up. Otherwise, the dog would be jumping, trying to get it out of my hand, kind of stuff, or just in your face, like, can I have some? 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 But anyway, so my friend would feed his dog Butcher's Choice, and the adverts on TV was like, you can tell it's a butcher's dog, was the slogan for it. Yeah, well, every time that dog farted, you could tell it was a butcher's dog.
Oh no!
Oh, it was really like, just like really strong. Rank. Whereas my dogs didn't have anything quite as spicy.
Yeah.
So
again, now that subject changed, sorry for asking how being Tim Smith works. Well, Tim Smith's blood alcohol level when he crashed his car into someone's house was over 0.15. To get to 0.15, you'd have to either drink 6 drinks in an hour, 6 standard drinks in an hour. You start to feel, depending on your tolerance, you start to feel pissed at 2 or 3 or 4 drinks. Anyone who says they're not is like a liar and an alcoholic. So to get to 0.15, you'd have to drink 6 drinks in the first hour and keep going, or like drink 4 drinks the first hour and 4 drinks the second hour, and then 2 or 3 or 4 drinks. And I think that's what Tim Smith did. He just kept drinking all night. And his whole thing of, well, I thought I was okay. No, if you're over 0.15, that's fall over drunk. That is, you are fucking drunk at that point. So, I mean, I've been drinking slowly but steadily for 3 hours, and I'm probably only half Tim Smith, which is far too drunk to drive a car, for instance. Like, I can feel it now. It's like, oh no, my head's a bit floaty. My reaction time would be very much slowed, and also my vision might be questionable if I kept going. But I'm like only half Tim Smith. I'll strictly say Tim Smith was a Victorian conservative politician who was a steaming pile of shit, absolute contemptible garbage. But he kept getting away with being a prick. But then he got drunk and crashed into someone's house, and that ended his political career. Ha ha, fucking ha, you piece of garbage.
Yeah.
Nettie's going to get Maltesers, I think.
One of the things that kind of scares the shit out of me is so Manchester's a big place. It's got it's like 20 miles across, near enough. And So I learned. So in 2010, before they started to cut the costs, there used to be about 30 traffic cops on duty.
Okay.
Today, there's between 4 and 6 on duty
Yeah.
at any one time.
Oh, Nettie's got a
Which
big
is-
jar of Maltesers by the looks of it.
Yeah. So
Yum, yum,
that's a real massive drop in the number.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now on Twitter, there is a Twitter feed for GMP traffic, so Greater Manchester Police's traffic unit.
Yeah.
And while they're on their job, so basically what's happened is they've stopped a car because the license plate says it's not insured because it's all tied into a computerized system.
Yeah.
What happens is car's not insured, maybe it hasn't got the MOT, which is a maintenance test, or they're not in, or it's not been taxed or whatever, So what happens is they pull a car over, and while they're waiting for the tow truck to come and pick it up to take it away, they'll just like take a photo, rub out where the number plate is, and then they'll tweet, like driver, no insurance, whatever. But they also stop people for speeding and also drink driving and drug driving as well, which is more common nowadays than it used to be anyway. Now, every day that those guys tweet, they catch at least one drink driver. And there's only between 4 and 6 of them on duty at any one time.
Mm-hmm.
If they're catching at least one a day, how many are you getting away with it every single day?
Oh, dozens. They know there are dozens and dozens and dozens of people driving drunk all the time.
And we share the roads with these people.
Mm-hmm.
Lovely thought, isn't it?
It's kind of scary. And of course, me being a vulnerable road user, as in cyclists, and of course, we're all pedestrians at some point as well.
Yeah.
I mean, there is, on Twitter, there is a hashtag Audis in houses. Where some idiot in an Audi has gone around a corner too quick and basically gone into a house. There's a picture of one where it's launched up in the air and it's stuck in the sort of top floor.
I've seen a couple of pictures like that as photos that you just cannot understand. A car that's crashed into a second-story roof.
Do they not know how to take a turn?
Well, like I say, they know how to take a turn. Unfortunately, they were idiots and had their foot on the accelerator too much.
Yeah,
and so basically understeered and sort of ended up going off in someone's house.
See, I think it can be explained. I think it can be explained very easily with just one sentence. The size of their wallet is not proportional to their driving capacity.
Yeah, and the sense of entitlement that goes with that. Yeah.
There was one on Twitter last week, which was funny, which was someone who just bought a Ferrari, and 20 minutes later, it was in a wall.
Yes, I've seen that happens. I've seen that a couple times. Yeah,
it is that's exactly what nobody was talking about.
Yeah.
By the way, going back to birds for a second, I went to America one time and I was really surprised because, someone described this animal, this bird, as a robin. And, so I'm
sorry. Okay.
So, it's sort of see this animal and this bird, and my American friend basically what kind of bird is that? It's like, oh, it's a robin. I said, that's not a robin. And the reason why my head goes, that's not a robin, is because that's a robin.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
But it's also because English colonists went to another country. They saw something that looked vaguely like a thing that they've seen. They call it. It's like our magpies are not European magpies. They are black and white birds, but they are completely different to European magpies. But they were black and white, so the English colonists called them magpies. And it's extremely common with colonists, and you get this a lot in the name of various fruits and vegetables. We get it a lot in Australia. A lot of native fruits and vegetables are named after something the Europeans were familiar with. They're completely unique things. So it's like, that kind of looks like a plum, though. So we're going to call that a native plum or a Davison plum. And it's a completely different fruit from a completely different tree. And they say, oh, yes, Indigenous Australians ate yams. What, sweet potatoes, the same as the thing they were eating in South America? Well, no, it's a completely unique tubiferous plant that grew in Australia, and the Indigenous cultivated it. But it looks like a yam, so we're saying they ate yams. And it was just like, yeah, okay, buddy, cool, good on you. It's a thing colonizers do. That looks kind of like a thing I know, so I'm going to call it the same thing. And someone who's not the colonist, who's back in the home country, says, no, that is not what that is. That's not a robin. That's not a magpie. That's not a plum. These are all different things.
That's not a
Plymouth
Rock.
But I was homesick, so I just named it after something I already knew. And I was just like, all right, cool. But okay, Nettie, you're like trying to spoil me by saying you've got Maltesers, and I don't have any Maltesers. But I'm not going to eat this because I'm going to be self-controlled.
I have no self-control with chocolate.
I love Maltesers as well. You know. The problem is you can't just have a packet, you know, or just a few. You've got to eat the whole packet.
It's got a little note saying "Don't eat" with a love heart on it, and I'm like, ha ha ha! I own this house, but I'm not going to because I'm trying to be good. But I just want to show you. This is his caramel slice. Look at the delineation of the layers. Ooh. Like the base, he bakes the base. That's why his caramel slice is better than anyone's, because the ones you get at bakeries and patisseries, the base tends to be compressed biscuit crumbs, like they crush up biscuit crumbs and mix them with butter and whatnot and then press it. He actually bakes his base. And also, there is so much butter in the caramel. And for a laugh...
Okay, what are you trying to, like, drown me on my own drool here? I mean, yeah. What's going on?
For a laugh, he decided to buy some French butter. He was in the supermarket and saw they had French butter, which costs twice as much as local butter. He goes, I wonder if that's better. So he bought a couple slabs of French butter to make his caramel with. And we agree it just tastes the same. But he's like, oh, well, you know, just whatever. It was like, I think he's trying to impress someone. He's going to see a friend tomorrow, taking that slice over and just going to tell them it's made with French butter. I think he's trying to get lucky. I don't know. It's
Stokey.
Oh, there's another kitty. Strictly sake, everyone's going off to get sweet food. Oh, I'm going to drink. I think I'm going to drink.
I just have a lion.
I'm being Mr. Responsible and drinking some more water.
I met my neighbour today.
Yeah,
who lives above me.
Yeah.
She asked me what, like, I was talking about the Ali moving the kitty litter out to the common area, which I didn't really want her to do.
Yeah.
And she goes, "What's litter? What's kitty litter? I don't know cats. How do they work?"
Go to a special tray that you put out for the cat to piss and shit in, and then your house smells like cat piss and cat shit. To which the non-cat person has a minor stroke. And
yeah. I didn't know anyone didn't know what kitty litter was. That's
say I don't have a lot of sweet food here. I do have various sweets, but I do have some chips. I might eat some chips. Well,
oh, it's wrong with me. I can't stop eating today. Well, this evening.
Yeah, it's Friday. That's all the explanation I need for anything at the moment. It's Friday.
So he got into trouble today.
An animal fact for you. Did you know that giraffes were originally called camelliapods? That was the sort of the group name. And the reason is because they thought they were related to camels.
Sure. Well, they actually have some physical similarities. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I mean. You know, they hang around in a similar part of the world as well. And so they thought, but no, it turns out that they're actually completely different.
Big surprise. Colonizer naturalists were full of shit and just made various. It's kind of like the first naturalists who visited Australia and then were like blown away by the wildlife, and they did these drawings which they took back to England, which were completely unrealistic. And it's just a very interesting thing about people. These people who prided themselves as being scientists and objective and just reporting drew something that was utterly unrealistic that reflected how they felt about what they were seeing. And so all their drawings were completely wrong. And it's just because how they felt about these weird things, the feeling was in the drawing, which is really funny because they were very convinced they were completely objective and scientific.
Unicorns were actually an attempt to describe rhinoceros.
I can see that.
I have heard Christian evangelicals try to argue that rhinoceroses are unicorns. Because where did unicorns come from? Well, that's rhinoceros. No. Nobody. What pops into your head when you hear where you hear unicorns is horse. Horse is the primary thing that you think of with unicorns. White horse with horn in its head. That's unicorn, not big fat grey thing.
Yeah, but people get very fancy.
It was somebody's attempt to describe a rhinoceros. It's a horse with a horn in its head. Trying to describe it to people who had never seen it before.
Yeah, you've got to go to the nearest approximation.
Yeah,
it does. Yeah. It makes sense.
I did see a funny meme today or yesterday where there's like a picture. It's like, how the fuck is a unicorn not real and a giraffe is? It's just a unicorn is just a horse with a horn in its head. That's way more likely than this weird fucking long-legged, long neck, dumb thing. The giraffe makes no sense. Why don't we have unicorns? And it's just like,
I still have this like small child disappointment at realizing that there's no way you can ride a giraffe.
That's quitter talk. That's quitter talk. You just got to keep trying.
Well, that's true. I did meet someone who told a story. She was a mum of one of the other kids at school many years ago, who told the story of how her brother, when she was little, convinced her that if you put a sock over an emu's head, you can ride it. And so she tried.
Legit, absolutely legit. Yeah.
It didn't end well. But she couldn't even finish the story because she just like died laughing trying to tell it. So I guess it just didn't end well.
I'm imagining the whole thing fell down with the sock attempt. I'm betting it didn't even get to the riding attempt. It's like, I will absolutely put a sock on this 6 foot plus bird's head. It's got to be, and I just imagine because emus are pretty curious. So you walk up to it with a sock, you'd be going, "Oh yeah, what's this about? What's this about?" It's just gonna put it on your head, and the fucking emu, "Are you fuck?" It's just like.
Your feelings about me may decline when I explain this thing. So you know when you get those like silly toys you see sold just before Christmas, and it's like a car or something, and when it crashes into the wall, it sort of falls over and goes a different direction.
Yeah.
That is exactly the same thing as what happens with a cat when you put a sock over its head.
I've seen
it kind of goes wandering around, and then it gets to the wall and goes, goes off in a different direction.
It's got something. I've seen there's weird videos on YouTube. They put a bit of ham on a cat's head, and the cat's just fucked up. The cat's like, what? Doesn't work on none. And that like cats with cucumbers, like people say, it's like a race memory of the cats. They think it's a snake, and there are these wild videos of there's a cat like at a food bowl. And the owner sneaks up behind it and puts a cucumber on the ground behind it. The next way, and the cat like looks around and what's that? And then it sees the cucumber and like jumps vertically 2 or 3 feet in the air. Like fuck, That doesn't. My cats aren't normal. They don't do that. I put a cucumber and they're like, so what? Fuck. And I
My
put
cat doesn't give a fuck about
ham on their
cucumber.
head, and they just kind of tip it off and eat it. It's just like, but all these videos of these cats on the internet that act in these really weird ways. It's like, fucking hell.
Put a cucumber on the floor of my cat. She comes along. The fuck is this shit? Fuck's wrong with you cunts?
Oh, so Strictly Sega is saying
prosciutto
sliced cheese
on my
would be
cat's
fantastic.
head last night, actually.
A what?
You know, prosciutto?
Yeah, that
yeah.
Italian ham, yeah.
Yeah. I put that on their head last night by mistake.
How'd you go?
They're like, no, they just went all accordion, you know?
Yeah.
They
Well,
just
because they actually, it's not just the whiskers. They have a whole bunch of sense things around here. So if you put something on it, it's overload.
That's why I can't get a that's why I can't get a harness on the little buggers.
Yeah.
Okay. They so want to go out here. At the other place, you know, you went there. You know that like the outside was so inaccessible for them.
Yeah.
That like they weren't clamoring to go out very much. But here, it's just a fly screen between them and the outside.
They can see the outdoors. Yeah.
Yeah, they're just like,
If they can see it, if they can see it, they want it.
Yeah.
And so I've tried to put a harness on Pounce by putting it over his head, but that's not working. He goes all accordion, just like he does with the hand. So I'll try doing it around around his side.
Around his side.
I caught a video yesterday on 14 things cats hate, and one of the ones on the list was closed doors. So basically, your house is its domain.
Yeah.
And if you close the door, you're basically saying, wait a minute, there's something behind this you shouldn't see, therefore I need to see it.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I remember once this woman was making, I think she was a comic. She's making jokes about her problems with commitment. She said, I'm a cat. You close the door, I want to be on the other side.
Yeah.
There's an.
I might be very happy here, but if the door's closed, I want out.
There is. Do you remember the Finding Nemo one and the seagulls? Mine. That is what happens when cats go do that kind of on everything you own.
Yes.
It's basically saying that's mine. That's the equivalent of the dog peeing on the light post, and then down the road pees on something else and pees on something else. They're marking their territory.
It's like Red Dwarf's
You're saying that's mine.
That's
mine.
That's
mine. Mine. You, mine.
Yeah.
Yes, Red Dwarf's cat going around with his little sprayer. That's mine. That's mine. Everything here is mine, except that bit. I don't want that bit.
Yeah.
I want to see
that bit was the cucumber. Sorry, that nearly came out your nose there. Sorry.
Fortunately, not quite. That would have hurt like a bastard. This is about 38% alcohol.
Oh, my friend last night, they were saying, that like they like 70s stuff, and was walking down the road talking about this. And I said like the 1970s where brown and orange were fashionable colours. And then I sort of followed off with just an impulse joke that popped out of my head in that moment, which was, the only time that red and orange, orange and brown should be a fashionable colour is if you're a Jaffa cake. Jaffa cakes are biscuits with jam. You know what
Jaffa cakes actually, Laura.
Sorry?
I saw your post with Jaffa cake thing. I showed it to a few friends.
Yeah, Jaffa cakes are nice.
I love Jaffa cake.
When
I was
the video of my friends, yes.
When I was living in Docklands, the Woolies next door had Jaffa cakes, and I bought so many.
I used to buy 6 a week, 6 a month, a fortnight. No, it was 6 a week. I used to buy 6 a week, but I stopped. I stopped doing that because it was just too much.
Mm.
I bought them in summer and they'd all melted and stuck together. So they're like one big sandwich, a tower of them. Not easy to eat, but I did.
I like that you persevered, Nettie. You didn't let that little setback
No.
stop you.
Hat tip effort, just
There was some sweets
perseverance.
called treats many years ago. I don't think they exist anymore. And the slogan on them was "They melt in your mouth, not in your hand." But also,
The old
just
M&Ms
that they
one.
also melt in your pocket.
Buggers.
Oof.
You know, imagine Maltesers in your pocket, and it's all turned into one gloopy mess.
Oh, yeah,
Mm.
that would be a mess.
That's
I'd
quite
still eat
tricky
it.
to clean up.
Yeah, I know. You still eat it. Yes.
Even with the lint. Well, definitely when I was 10, I would have still eaten it.
Yeah.
Eddie Murphy was talking about ice cream in one of his sketches a long, long time ago, and he's going, "My ice cream could land in a pile of shit, and I'd still eat it." I'm like, "It's just shit. It's like sprinkles. That's all."
Oh,
Young Eddie
Oh my
Murphy
God.
was
Could
pretty
you
wild.
imagine? I just had this most wonderful idea of really messing up with a cat by putting ghost turds in it in the litter
Oh,
tray,
God.
just to see what their reaction would be.
Probably wouldn't get much of a reaction. It'd probably be to the fuck is this?
Exactly. It's like, you know, just that cat inquisitive thing. I mean, the problem is you can't really see surprise on a cat very well. Most cats have two faces. One of them is with its eyes open and one with its eyes closed. And a multitude of emotions that are all submitted, so are all projected with that same two faces. You know.
No, there's another face.
Hmm?
There's one other face. And I saw it on Zorro when we moved to Docklands. He had eyebrows. And they were really, really afraid.
I
He was
remember
so
seeing
afraid.
that. I remember seeing that. He was going, "The fuck is going on? The entire world has changed. This is weird."
Yeah.
He was very
Yeah.
freaked out. Pounce was just sort
So
of,
scared.
"I'll chill in here with you, brother." But Zorro was shitting bricks.
I remember when I took my cat out for the first time because it had snowed, and I thought, well, let's see what my cat thinks does snow. And so I took him out, and it's like, yeah, not very keen on this. It's cold. Let's go in, kind of thing. And so unfortunately, I had my keys in my right pocket, and I had the cat on, in my right hand. So I had to sort of change, and I had something in the other hand. So I had to put the cat down for a moment as we're going up in the lift. And my cat basically freaked out because the floor was vibrating slightly. And so the cat decided to run up me and just run up my leg, up my, and sort of settle into my shoulder. And it's like, yeah, cat claws. Oof.
Yeah, my cat's she's around 5 kilograms. So if she did that to me, I would probably need hospital treatment.
So half the size of
Abigail's
cat.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
No more than
remember
half
the name
the
of the
size.
cat.
Yeah, Abigail's cat is a properly big cat.
You're your kitty.
Mimsy came to say hello. Say
Hey,
hello,
Mimsy.
She jumped up on my lap. I think she's a bit miffed that I'm holding her up. She goes, "No, I just wanted to sit on your lap. Why are you lifting me up?"
That was one of the other ones. Holding a cat like the
Lion King.
Lion King. Cats hate that because they're not in control. And this is the important thing to remember: cat not in control equals bad thing.
Yes. Another face that chart of cat emotions didn't have. Clearly, they didn't take my cat into consideration because my cat, when she is angry, have you heard the expression "a face like thunder"? Someone had the same breed of cat as me when they coined that expression. I mean, you've seen her. She's got a nice dark grey face. When she is pissed off, basically, you know, if you ever looked out in the horizon, you go, "Ooh, that's gonna give somebody a sound flogging. That's a nasty storm coming in." You know, those really, really imposing looking clouds.
Yeah.
Imagine that on my cat's face, and that is what she looks like when she's angry.
Yeah.
She is the embodiment of a face like thunder.
Very
And,
evocative.
Minty's
kind of
really
got-
cute until she scratches you, and she
Yeah.
will.
Yes, I kicked her today.
Sorry,
Didn't
did I
kick her
say
hard.
Minty? I meant Suki. Sorry, darling.
I kicked Suki today.
Did you
She,
kick Suki?
Didn't kick her hard. Didn't hurt her.
Sort of
Oh,
nudged.
She
this
went.
stupid one gets
well,
underfoot
She
all
went
the
for
time.
me, and I retaliated. She thought she was having the last word, and she turned round and had a go at my feet with both claws fully extended, trying to have a go at my feet, and I just went and bopped her one.
She's cranky because you're keeping her in, aren't you?
She's been kept in because she keeps running away when I let her out, so I don't let her out without watching her. And she knows. She fucking knows. People go, "Oh, you know, you can't punish them for doing that. They're just doing what's their instinct. They don't understand." They fucking bullshit. She does understand. I promise you.
Maybe she's running away because you keep kicking her.
Normal. I don't kick her very often. I mean, I use the expression "I'll kick your ass," and she knows if that comes out that she's really pushing her luck. But that's because she provokes it. I don't threaten to kick her ass unless she tries to scratch someone.
I have to admit, both my cats, I kicked them on many occasions, but it wasn't me deliberately going out of way to kick my cat. What happened was I'd come home and the cat would try rubbing up my leg as I'm walking down the hallway.
Oh, that's happened to Suki on numerous occasions.
That's just what cats do. It's like,
Yes.
running with you right close to you while you're walking.
Oh, no, Suki zigzags in front of me, tripped me over. Because, they do it to each other. The trouble is, other cats typically aren't 6 foot tall. That's less of a problem.
Hi,
there
Ray.
have been occasions where my cat has actually skidded across the floor because she ran in front of me. I was moving through the kitchen. She's run in front of me and gone and skidded across the floor. And I've gone, well, that's what happens when you trip me over, you fucking idiot. Like, it's not on purpose. It's just because I'm moving somewhere quickly and she's walked in front of me at a really inopportune time. Because, they run between your legs and shit like that.
Yeah.
A number of times she's getting kicked that way.
I've showed this. I've showed this before a while ago, so I'll just share it again if you want. Got to wait until it goes because there's. This isn't the picture; it's this one, and it's a GIF I made many years ago, 2003. And it's basically cat expressions is what it's called.
Yeah, definitely not my cat.
And there's some of them are quite funny.
She's actually quite expressive, my cat.
Yeah, utterly furious. That's a good one, and slightly irritated, but concealing it well.
Now, what was that other picture? What was the picture that came up first?
Oh, I had that so that I just want to leave this going because there's the litter tray one is one that's kind of funny. Using the litter tray, being watched using the litter tray. So it's this one. After stewing his emotions, Emo Veg comes to the conclusion that the root of the world's problems is that people don't seem to care at all.
Oh dear.
I have lots of I have lots of pictures,
Oh dear.
The internet is vile. Only click once and I'm already staring at a massive cock. You haven't switched it on yet, sir. That's your reflection. That one's a good one.
Or another. Yes, I'm going to get you. Nice.
Some people in this world don't like Brussels sprouts. Oh yeah, there you go.
Oh.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to go and fill up my juice and get that food from last night.
Just for the record, my housemate can actually vouch for me that I am not. I don't actually abuse my cat. He actually is treated quite well until she scratches people.
Yeah.
And he can also testify that when the mood takes her, she can be a proper little shit.
Yeah.
Because she has scratched him for no good reason on a number of occasions. One of which I was in Melbourne, and he sent me a photo showing me. I said, "Well, I hope you kicked her ass." And he said, "I most certainly did." Because it's what she understands. Otherwise, she actually would act worse. The rest of the time, I'm nice to her. I give her good food. She's on prescription diet. Oh, look at Zorro. Happy little man.
I've got a quick one. I almost microwaved my cat once.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
It's a bit of hyperbole, really, because what happened was I opened the microwave and, went across the kitchen to get the thing that was going to be microwaved. And when I got back to the microwave, the cat had climbed in. I've never been here before. So
yeah, my cats keep doing that. Every time I leave a cupboard door open, they're in there. Both of them.
Yeah.
Oh, what's in here?
Yeah, Mimsy does that. At the moment, Mimsy is being bizarrely quiet and sooky because she's developed an extremely bad habit of making a lot of noise lately, just constantly going meow, 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 and getting very hyper around Mrs. Angry because Mrs. Angry feeds her. But she'll just spend the whole day making these awful noises. So the fact that she's been sitting on my lap for 15 minutes being completely quiet is actually somewhat out of character for her. She's going to get upset because I want to get up and get a drink, which means she's going to lose the lap she's sitting on.
Mimsy's promoting self-control.
She has no self-control.
That's what's ironic about it.
An endless pit of want.
While I was in the kitchen, I heard Nettie say about the cupboard and the cat's in the cupboard. That's because there are things in there that haven't been mined yet. That's mine.
That's probably the strength of it. Cat's going, "Oh, a cupboard's open. That's mine. That's mine. That's mine."
You're going to get really upset, Nancy, because I am going to get up. All right, Mimsy. You're being quiet and a sook, and everyone's going to think I'm super mean to you, but you're actually horrible shit most of the time. So say goodnight to the people, Mimsy.
Hi, Mimsy.
She's going, "I'm not
Mimsy's
amused."
got really big eyes.
She does. She's got gorgeous eyes.
You want to go on your little plinth? Stay there. No, because I'm getting up. So don't fucking jump on me again. I'm getting up.
Come back and she's on your chair.
Exactly. Right.
So she's pretty good in that regard. She's a funny cat. She's in some ways, like, she's got literally 4 times more yard space than she did have, but she can see out of this yard. So naturally, I've got bird wire hanging off all the fences to stop her climbing. So I don't know whether somebody opened a gate or whether she just found her way out. But the problem was she got out and she stayed out until 9:30. Now, there are predatory animals around here that would love to eat little grey pussy cats.
Yeah.
So, her getting out and going somewhere I don't know is a risk.
Yeah.
She could also get onto the road and get hit by a car. Now, I lost 2 cats in a row to traffic.
Yeah.
I have no intention of letting that happen to my little grey monster. So,
She's your little monster.
Bloody hell.
so she
Yeah.
she doesn't get to go outside unless I can watch her, and she's deeply resentful of that. She looks over her shoulder at me every few seconds with resentment because she knows I'm stopping her from going out and picking up more weeds and fleas and probably ticks and all sorts of fucking shit.
Yeah.
Nettie, you know what I'm talking about. You've seen that fucking wilderness around the place.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, she'd pick up all sorts of crap out there.
And there could be snakes too. In fact,
And
I'm
there are
surprised.
eagles. They've got bloody
Yes,
sea
yes,
eagles.
big sea eagle.
Eagles
Big
will
sea
carry
eagle,
off a little kitty.
Yes.
Did you hear all that hardship, Mimsy? You're so lucky you don't have that.
I mean, when we met with this sea eagle, he was sitting in the driveway with a fruit bat in its talons.
Okay.
Mm.
Now, like, we're talking about a bird that had probably a 2-meter fucking wingspan.
Yeah.
It was a big bloody bird. And it made the bat look like a stick.
Yeah, we've got a couple of big ones. I think it's like the sea eagles and then the wedgies, which get even bigger. We have lots of little ones, the little kites and hawks and whatnot that you see around a lot. But a couple of big old eagles. I think people underestimate wedge-tailed eagles in particular, how big and fearsome they can be. There's a I found it hilarious, video on YouTube of a guy who's like flying ultralights. He's not by himself, so there's a few of them. So they're those hang glider looking things, but they've got a seat and a motor on them, so they're self-propelled, called ultralight aircraft. But they have a fabric canopy on this hang glider frame that they're on. And he's flying I think it's near Coonabarabra, it's in New South Wales, anywhere near the mountains. Oh, what's that? Nobody?
That's the eagle.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
See the driveway tracks beside it?
Yeah. I was thinking that was
that gives you an idea of the size of that fella. He's a big bastard.
Yeah. So, the video of this guy and a group of them were off flying their little ultralights, and they got into a wedgie territory, and it started swooping them. And at first, he's got a camera, and you see he thinks it's kind of funny, like, the eagle doesn't like me. He thinks I'm a big bird. And then he kind of clocks the size of the eagle and the size of its talons and the sudden realization it could absolutely shred his canopy with like no trouble at all. And you see him go from laughing to, oh my fucking God, and just like diving to try and get out of the eagle's airspace and get down closer to ground level, because he's now suddenly terrified the eagle's going to shred his canopy and he's going to...
Good reason to be frightened too.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
I don't know if this will be coming through on camera. Remember when we had all that rain?
Oh, yeah.
That's my back door.
It was right up there.
Yes.
Again, I just keep seeing wild shit, like some video I saw today, the northern beaches in Sydney. It's like the main street of DY was about a foot underwater. And then someone had this video on, I think it was North Head. So if you're not familiar with Sydney Harbour, the entrance to the harbour on the northern and southern side, very high sheer cliffs, and there's a narrow entryway into the harbour, which is what makes it a harbour, which is why it's good for ships. But so on the northern side of the city, that's North Head, southern side's South Head. There was this video, so much rain was happening, it was forming waterfalls off South Head, which just like, it was just spillover from roads, and it was like formed half a dozen in different areas. There were like half a dozen waterfalls going off South Head, just the sheer volume of water that got dumped on Sydney. It's just ridiculous. And how we've kept missing it in Melbourne, I have no idea. Queensland and Sydney getting fucked up for a month or two now, and none of
we
it.
got lucky here.
Normally, if there's terrible weather up north, a day or two it comes down the coast and hits us. This shit stopped in New South Wales. It never moved further south than New South Wales, which
Another
is
half hour and the water would come inside here.
Yeah,
but
close thing.
you know, I'm not really complaining because the water level was rising fairly quickly, but not that quickly. It was still running off. If it had come in, it would have caused minor damage to some of my belongings and a bit of inconvenience. There's some poor bastards out there lost fucking everything.
Oh, it's
Fucking
nightmarish.
horrible.
Not some. It's like thousands of families.
Yeah, it's fucked.
Mm.
And usually, as usual, our government is conspicuously absent until they're under pressure to go, oh, gee, this is costing us votes. Maybe we should do something.
Mm.
You think, cunts?
I don't hold a hose.
Yeah.
You know,
There's a band called The Chaps,
Yeah.
and their lead singer did a song around the time of the bushfires, and it's just called "I Hope Scott's House Burns Down." I encourage you to look it up. Obviously, we can't screen share that for copyright reasons, but I encourage you to look it up.
The Chats do great bogan rock.
Yes,
They're very
that's about right. Insurance being a scam, and you live in a flooded area. Oh, that's your bad. Sorry. It's about fucking strength of it.
I saw something. So one of the sort of, I don't know what you call it, watchdog almost. I don't know. Anyway, basically, company that looks into stuff to see if things are good or bad or whatever.
an auditor or something.
Yeah, but it's more more like company. Anyway, doesn't matter. Basically, what happened was they did a little bit of searching to see how much car insurance would cost, and they discovered that people who are brown end up paying about £250 more for theirs.
That's fun.
They used they had the same vehicle, same year, all that kind of stuff, all the same stuff, and they just put different postcodes in. And the postcodes where the people lived, seems they got to pay more for
Catching
something.
a shark? What the fuck?
Oh yeah,
Sorry,
no, I did
Lord.
actually see that. Kaiju is saying there was a video of an eagle catching a shark. Again, it's a relatively small shark. It's the same as I've seen a couple videos of crocodiles taking sharks up north. Again,
I wouldn't be surprised with crocodiles. They're fucking huge.
Yeah. But I love when you track the things that you can see eating other things in Australia. I think I extrapolated out at one point from all these things that seem get other things. Worried about getting bitten by a spider, which might get eaten by a bird, which might get eaten by a snake, which might get eaten by a shark, which might get eaten by a crocodile. And so I had this running joke about you might have the first thing that's got a bite of you, but then something's biting. And so it's this whole daisy chain of things biting other things because we've seen...
What is the least of your worries? Like, apart from a few select breeds which are obviously pure evil, the average spider doesn't fucking want anything to do with you.
Oh, yeah. But, okay, having said that, the funnel web is a spectacular example of pure evil somehow.
Oh, yeah, they're
being
psycho.
melded into...
They're pure psychos.
They're just wild. They take shit personally. They get very aggressive. And they can jump a quite reasonable distance.
Yeah, they're pricks. So I agree. I think Scott Morrison is a genuinely bad human being.
The thing is,
genuinely either dickheads or bad human beings as well.
The
human being is used loosely.
The thing you were saying about having a series of animals getting bigger and bigger, eating the first one, that kind of like, there was the old lady who followed a fly. I don't know why.
Australia is the old woman who swallowed a fly. Is
I don't know why she swallowed a fly. Perhaps she'll die. Something
Swallowed a
like
spider,
that.
catch the fly, and
Teach
swallowed.
children these things.
The spider, you know.
What was the last one? Was it a horse? Something about. Yeah, it's
She
like
died
she
of
swallowed a horse. She's dead, of course. And,
Isn't it fun? We make, have you ever noticed how fucking horrible nursery rhymes are? And
the original versions of nursery rhymes and children's fairy tales, the old European fairy tales, are just fucked. Like everyone dies, and this was the bedtime stories given to children for hundreds of
lovely
years.
fun, isn't it? Dylan Moran did a thing about reading it, bedtime story, and I don't think I can do him justice. But he's talking about, there's a little girl and she's walking through the woods and she hears a sound behind her and she's getting scared, and then she sees just around the corner a light and she knows that she's home, and then a thing ate her.
Yep.
Sorry, Mimsy's being.
I remember the Rocky one where he's telling his kid a sort of bedtime story, and it's Goldilocks. While she did 30 days in jail for trespassing.
That's fair. I was telling Mrs. Angry the other day when we were working, randomly something made it pop into my head because I watched Sesame Street a million times growing up, and one of the sketches and this one dates back to the 70s, I'm sure. 80s at least, but I think probably the 70s. Kermit the Frog doing Sesame Street news. He would be dressed up as a reporter, but it would be a nursery rhyme or a children's story he was reporting on. And the one I remember was Rapunzel. It says Kermit the Frog here for Sesame Street news, putting Rapunzel. And so Rapunzel's up in a tower with long hair, and the prince came, and it was the Muppet that was also called Guy Smiley. He was like a game show host, so he's huge head and a very square jaw, and he's Prince Charming, and Kermit's just in awe of how good the prince looks as he comes up on a horse, and the prince is doing all this profile stuff and going up, and he goes up and Kermit goes, he's going to say something now, and the prince goes, Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair, and Rapunzel is like way up in a high tower, and she just goes, what? And this just keeps dragging on. She can't hear him, and he's getting more and more exasperated. And at the end, he's just screaming, Rapunzel, let down your hair. And she's going, my what? And he's going, your hair. Oh, you want me to let down my hair? Yes, your hair. Do it. And she's going, oh, okay. And it drags on for so long. And then she lets her hair down. But she's a Muppet. It all comes out. It's not just all the braids. The braids finish, and then the thing of hair comes off her head. and so all the hair's just at the prince's feet. And she goes, what now? She's like, and he just looks at it and goes, I don't know. And he leaves. And Rapunzel's going, wait, you can't leave. What about my hair? And he's just screaming, I'll leave it with the frog. And it's just like, this was for kids, and obviously every single person involved making it was stoned out of their mind.
Though, you see, I just thought of another version of that story. Could be, let down your hair, let down your hair, let down your hair. Don't shout at me.
Yeah.
And because Rapunzel
charming after all.
Rapunzel also had like a Bronx accent. So the prince is like a Shakespearean actor going, Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair. And she's going, my what? You want my hair? That's what you want? It's just like, they were so fucking stoned when they made that stuff, I swear.
Yep.
And all the animations on Sesame Street are so clearly like hallucinogenic. They're like trick animations.
Yes, they are.
They would have been straight when they did them, but it was stuff they remembered from when they was tripping. And then I think they watched it back when they were tripping and go, yeah, that's the shit. That's the shit. Right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yes,
12.
those ones. Those were so surreal.
Yeah.
All the shit that happened in that counting one. But there was dozens of different bits of animation that were just, man, this is just fucking
There
tripping.
was a lot of psychedelic bloody kids shows in the 70s. Like, you remember one called Tomfoolery?
No, but it sounds
Putting
pretty
on the
well.
nonsense, the fun and something nonsense. Dun, dun. And silly things, it's all tomfoolery. Oh, maybe I'm the only one, but it was psychedelic.
Yeah. But I was thinking of HR Puffin stuff. Do you remember HR Puffin stuff? And that was mad. It was a Sid and Marty Krofft one. So the central character was like a teenage boy, but he had like a magical flute, and he landed in this mysterious land where they're all like giant Muppets. They're all people in giant cloth costumes. And it was just like, no, you motherfuckers were stoned as hell when you did this. Everyone who did kids TV was ripped off. Everyone who did kids TV in the 60s and 70s was ripped off their head, I reckon. It's just like...
Yeah.
And even, oh my God, a British one, The Magic Roundabout. That was fucking weird. The Magic was Zebedee. Time for bed. Oh no, it's Zebedee. It's the fucking LSD dealer. He's back. Quick, fucking hide. It's so awkward around him when you're not buying. He wants to be your friend, and it's just like, fuck off, dude.
They say that was an analogy of drug taking.
But I don't know if it was an analogy. I just think everyone involved was drug taking.
Yes, but what I mean is, it was like, it was subtle enough that it looked like a kid's thing. But if you knew, you know, the few little terminology, terms that got used, phrases that got used, it's like, yeah, that's definitely a drug thing.
Yeah.
How did they get away with that?
Who remembers
Because
Captain?
the kids won't know.
Does anyone remember Captain Pugwash?
Yes.
It's a weird pseudo animated thing. What was funny, it had a couple of urban legends around it that people swore blind were true, that there were two characters. Captain Pugwash was like a pirate captain, and one was supposedly Roger the cabin boy, and one of the sailors was named Seaman Staines.
God.
No, neither of them are real. Neither of them are real. Those actually, but you will get a lot of people who swear blind. That's definitely true. There were two characters in Captain Pugwash called Roger the cabin boy. And for those who aren't familiar, Roger is a colloquialism that means fuck. So that guy's basically called Fuck the Cabin Boy. And the other one was a sailor called Seaman Staines. And there was neither of those characters existed, but you'll find a bunch of people who'll swear black and blue that those were definitely in Captain Pugwash. That's the Mandela effect.
Off topic matter. Angry.
Yeah.
Where are the scripts? Angry.
I was about to say, I know where this is going.
Angry.
Mimsy, he's being mean to me. Tell him he's being mean.
Where are the what?
No, I'm supposed to
record some voiceover for channel promotion.
Oh,
yeah, no, taking advantage
of the scripts.
Take advantage of nobody's lovely voice.
What am I going to record if you do not send me the script?
Exactly. Oh yeah, Strictly Sega, the afternoon kids show. Yeah, Fat Cat got taken off, and I'm not sure exactly what happened. Noddy didn't really get banned. Noddy got reinvented a couple of times, but there's definitely some old Noddy stuff that's racist as
wasn't it Gollywog or something?
Yeah. And then they decided Gollywogs were too racist, so they redid the illustrations. They called them gremlins, but it's still the same thing of an evil race. And
I had to explain to someone why Gollywogs might not be appropriate now that we kind of understand things a little better.
Yeah.
She's going, I'm not racist. There's nothing racist about Gollywogs. And I'm going, super racist before I argue one way or the other. But the fact is that there are a lot of people who don't feel very nice about those. So
caricatures.
Get the fuck over yourself, perhaps.
Yeah. Oh, I had a major disappointment this week.
I'm just amazed at how sooky Mimsy's being sitting on my lap.
So, do you remember I told you I bought a new dress?
Yar.
So, dress arrived. Dress is very nice. You know.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, dress doesn't bloody fit.
Oh, bummer.
By a lot.
Oh, no.
You know, it's like there to there. So, yeah, it's probably about... It's probably about time that I really did get that whole dieting thing. But I've been doing really well. I mean,
people are always talking about getting into shape. Round as a shape.
Yeah. Yeah, my doctor also told me I should get you should keep an eye on my weight. I said I am doing it. It's right at the front, right? We can see it.
Yeah.
Right
Easy to keep an eye on.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
So it's like, oh, really nice dress. It's a jacquard kind of fabric, so it'd be nice and warm for this time of year where it's still a little bit chilly.
Yeah, I hope I can get away with this joke. I'm going to quote Gary Delaney. He tells really some of the most foul one-liners ever. I hope I can get away with this. He says, I got kicked out of Weight Watchers last week. I took the decision with huge grace. She also got asked to leave.
That's mean.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. No. That, well, I appreciate it. The meaning of words instantly.
Yeah.
Jimmy Carr did another one. He had, he made a fat joke on stage. Some lady came into him. She said, "I think you're fattest," and he said, "No, I think you're fattest."
Oh dear.
He said, Tourette's. What makes them tick?
Oh dear. So I'm having to push Mimsy off because I think I want to get a better.
I thought I might have Tourette's last week. Turns out it was just Twitter.
Well, yeah.
I just went on Twitter.
Yeah. You had a lot of impulsive
swearing.
Ooh. Sorry, I'm just. I was going to get a simple beverage. Maybe I'll do a complicated beverage.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. The new bullshit anti-trans shit in the UK. So last week, if you remember, I told you that that the government were going to be. They've been saying they're going to outlaw. Ban. Create legislation to ban conversion therapy. And, so on Thursday last week, it was, yes, we're going to ban conversion therapy. Sorry. It got leaked that they're not going to be abandoning conversion therapy. On Friday, it emerged, no, we are going to be abandoning conversion therapy, but not for trans people.
Yeah.
So, because apparently there isn't enough evidence of whether it's harmful or not.
How much evidence do you fucking need, guys?
Yeah. No, it's creepy.
I know people have been through that shit, and it's fucked.
Okay, so that was last week's bullshit. Here's this week's bullshit. So we have something called EHRC, which is the Equalities and Human Rights Commission, which is a not government group that sort of gives guidance of how to deal with certain things that could be troublesome. But the head of it is a transphobe who was appointed by the transphobe who was the Equalities Minister, which is ironic, isn't it? To have an Equalities Minister who is a transphobe.
Sounds like a bit of a conflict of interest. They want to be a Nazi, and their department is trying to kind of avoid that.
Oh, if you want the conflict of interest is that her name is Liz Truss, who was the Equalities Minister, appointed as so, and then became the Foreign Secretary. And so, but she still wanted to remain as Equalities Minister as well, because she had a toe in the anti-trans stuff. So at least that's the supposition behind it, So yeah, she's done really well in getting the anti-trans stuff, pushed. and she obviously doesn't want to relinquish that because someone might take away that anti-trans bullshit. Anyway, so the EHRC published something this week about single, if you're a company and you've got the toilets, how to deal with single-sex spaces. And a part of it is, well, you can, if there are people who've got a problem with this, then you can stop trans women going into the ladies' bathrooms, effectively. Problem is the equalities. The Equality Act says no, you fucking can't. So they go and put all this stuff out, but it isn't. It's not legally binding or anything. It's just advice, and they're effectively what they've done is they've said, okay, you can do discrimination. I'm paraphrasing. You can be discriminatory as long as you do it legally. So they've given the ways that you could do it legally, but it's actually not legal at all.
Yeah. But they're douchebags.
Try and make any allowance for people to discriminate just sickens me.
Yeah.
But also, the flavor of the month is anti-trans. But again, the people who don't realize, and you only need to look at American evangelicals and work your way slowly to the more extreme end of the American evangelicals. Okay, it's now become mainstream conservative dogma in the US to be brutally transphobic. But you look along the spectrum of what happens, directly behind that are the people who are openly and aggressively homophobic. And they are super keen to get their chance to hurt the gays again. And you think, oh, that's as far as to go. No, because then you go a little bit further, and the same ones want to do massive repression on women. Basically, back to the 1950s, like not let women have any power at all. And completely, not only, and then you get the people who are all okay with the concept of banning abortion and go, oh, but the same people who are behind that, their next one is banning contraception. They think contraception should be illegal. And then they think divorce should be illegal. And it's the spectrum just keeps moving out. The same people who want one bit of repression want extra bits of repression.
You ever noticed how the conservative right always accuse everyone else of having an agenda, but it's always the conservative right who are trying to force everyone to think the same as they do?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it's ridiculous. They claim crackdowns on free speech.
Protesteth too much, you right-wing asshat Nazis.
Yeah. If you say something they don't like, they'll do their best to have you lose your job or just ruin your life. They're just... It would be one thing if they were truly, genuinely behind the horse shit they say. I'd still fiercely oppose them.
Free speech. Free speech. What did you say about me? Have him arrested.
Yeah, exactly. They don't mean it at all. It's just literally a way to attack people. They think, and they're absolutely shameless in the being inconsistent, like saying free speech, then 5 seconds later trying to get someone they don't like fired because they said a thing they don't like. And it's just like, you don't even mean the shit you say. You're just fucking nasty. So and I think Kaiju's onto something here too. A lot of the time people definitely have an agenda and they're lying and they've got some shit going on. They do tend to convince themselves that everyone else is just as fucked as they are. And sometimes they're right, but they literally do. You get when someone... It's hard. I've had this happen a few times. Someone assuming a super bad thing of me that I hadn't done. And I was thinking, why did they ever think that? And then I found out they'd done it. And I went, oh, you thought I did it because you think everyone does it because you did a really shitty thing. And so you thought you were right to go after me because you assumed I'd done the same shitty thing. And I had
protection, bum fungus, exactly.
It's wild.
Hey guys,
bum
I'm
fungus,
feeling
spot on.
quite tired, so I think I'll take off.
It is after midnight. Good
Good night.
night, Nettie.
Sweet dreams. Like to
Good
see you
night,
again.
guys.
Night, Nettie.
Bye.
I'll see you again soon, my darling.
Ooh, yes.
Bye.
Counting the
Oh.
days.
There's
Okay.
11 to go.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. So with that bullshit that's gone on, loads of press and newspapers that are transphobic, probably transphobic shit all the time. Trans women can be banned from single-sex changing rooms and toilets. Watchdog fines.
Yeah.
Except for the fact that it's not legal anyway.
Yeah. It's the way things are reported now shits me up the wall. You see this thing like people are saying blah, 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 and you're really everything, and it's like they're quoting some rando on Twitter with no followers who said a particularly egregious thing, and that's their basis for a whole article. And it's just like, seriously, an absolute fucking nobody rando on Twitter. Actually, no, bum fungus hit on the worst one. This is the thing that Fox News
Yeah,
pioneered
they quote
in
themselves.
America. They split their agenda between opinion and news, and they kept saying, yes, we have opinion presenters, but our news is completely impartial, which is obviously a really pathetically obvious lie. But the thing they did that they pioneered, the opinion people would say Obama eats babies, and the news people would then objectively say, people are saying Obama eats babies. And that is technically true. They are reporting a true thing, but the people were their own opinion broadcasters. And so their whole lie about the news doesn't do opinion, like, oh, come on, we're not fucking stupid. It's a production line. Your opinion talking head says outrageous shit what? And the news just goes, oh, people are saying this. And well, yeah, but fucking hell.
I just remembered an episode of South Park where there was a big flood thing, and the reporter's got his microphone, and I actually have one. He's going, we're reporting instances of looting and cannibalism, and the person, the person at the main office goes, "What? You've actually seen people eating one another?" No, we're just reporting it, Tom.
Yeah. That was their piss take of what happened in New Orleans when there were massive floods, and a lot of people were being housed in sports stadiums because the sports stadiums could hold 100,000 people. And yeah, the media started reporting, oh, there's violence inside the Astrodome, people being raped. And when it was really pursued, they tracked down who was the first, because they were just reporting what the other one was reporting, and they tracked it back to the first person who said, there were rapes inside the Astrodome, and they pinned them and said, were you given this as factual evidence by police who are in the dome? No. Did you actually see this happen yourself? No. Why did you report it? Oh, people were saying it. So it started with one of the reporters just going for something really outlandish. Hey, someone said it's really violent. Maybe someone got raped. Yeah, let's just report that they did get raped. And because one media outlet reported it, then every other media outlet reported it as there are reports of blah, blah, blah. Again, after the first one, which was a straight up lie, all the other ones, they can wriggle and say that wasn't a lie. We just said it was reported. And it was, the report was completely fucking bogus. There was no evidence to support it. And it was ultimately proven to be false. But they go, yeah, but all we said was it was reported. And that was factually accurate.
But misleading.
Oh, by the way, another thing, which is LGBT stuff as a whole, but trans, has caused a bit of a shift. So the UK government has got this sort of big first a global safe to be me what do you call it? Exhibition? I don't know, exhibition. Where people come together and talk about stuff. What do you call it? Like
Conference.
Conference. That's the word I was thinking of, and I couldn't remember. So we're going to have an LGBT friendly, safe to be me conference, and over 100 organisations have pulled out of it because the government has said, yeah, we're not going to do conversion therapy ban for trans people. So now it's basically this flagship where we're so great and we're so accepting of LGBT people, and now the LGBT people are basically pulling out of the conference because the government is like bullshit. Why would we go and represent ourselves at this thing when that's been set up by a government that is transphobic or is pushing transphobic stuff? And it's like, so yeah, this thing hasn't been cancelled yet, but if you can imagine a conference center and there's like 3 people there, and that loads of empty spots, that's basically what the situation they're looking at the moment.
Yeah.
And by the way, the people that are looking to go there are going to be people who are transphobic groups,
Oh yeah.
The LGB Alliance. We promote lesbian, gay, and bi people, except that they don't because they're just an anti-trans hate group.
Yeah.
So like I say, you got to kind of, although it's like back to the wall kind of stuff, for people like me at the moment, that's how it feels. But this is only, but most people are perfectly fine. When polled, if they say, are trans women, most people are like, yeah, sure, fine, whatever. If it makes them happy and they're not hurting anybody, nobody cares.
Exactly. It's just
that's how most people are like. But unfortunately, it's the tiny minority of loud people that are getting so much of the say. And so when you've got the BBC, so let's just create a little analogy. Let's say only 10% of the people hate this thing, but the BBC have to give a balanced view. What they're doing is allowing the 10% of the people to have 50% of the say.
Yeah,
opinions. They get 50% of their opinion heard, even though they only make up a small fraction of the population who are perfectly fine with it. So,
friends, I'm starting to get a little tired myself, so I'll probably
it's only 3:30 in the afternoon. What's wrong with you?
But I'll leave you with this little gem to laugh at. We were talking about, our priest was talking about a few, only knowing a handful of modern songs to do for the, the less formal 6 p.m. at the church. And I said, I got you, Reverend. So I picked up the radio mic and I said, attention, ladies and gentlemen. Any and all complaints regarding this evening's service may be directed to this brick wall behind me. Thank you. I might add that we actually were live at the time.
Nice.
I'll leave you with that.
Nice. That's excellent.
So, good morning.
Yes. Take care of yourself. Bye.
Bye-bye. Oh, yeah, Justin, who was it pointing out? Strictly Sega. Yeah, I haven't brought myself to watch the movie Bombshell about Gretchen Carlson and Fox because I'm kind of like, fuck anyone trying to be the hero in the story of Fox. Because yes, even though some of the on-air staff eventually work out this whole thing's fucked and toxic, and I need out of here. It's like, yeah, but for years you did it. For years you went along with it. For years you were part of the problem. I'm not seeing you as a hero. Whether that's Gretchen Carlson or whether it's oh god, what was the guy? He only went about a year or so ago. He was one of their better hosts, and he was like super obviously gay as well, which I think is one of the reasons he eventually left, because of stressors in there. He has a really typically Southern American name. It's not, it's like it's not a real name. It's Chip or something. His name's not Chip, but it's something like
Chad.
that. Yeah, Chip or Chad. Yeah, it's like a super American name that no one outside of America has.
Scooter.
Yeah, that type of stuff. But yeah, it's definitely like something like Chad or it's like
Yeah. What's amazing that people often like that also have other nicknames, and that's like bastard, wanker, things like that. But they don't get told those to their face usually.
Justin knew who I was talking about. Shep Smith.
Yeah, see, Shepherd is a surname.
Yeah, it's his first name. And yeah, so he was one of their better hosts. He was capable of asking actual insightful questions. And yeah. Oh, Bumfunk is thinking about calling your mates bastards. Super Australian, famously during the Bodyline cricket test in the mid-20th century, which was regarded as a huge debacle because the Australian batting was so strong. That was like Don Bradman era. And the English attack, in their desperation, chose a very unsportsmanlike style of fast bowling where you were actually, your aim was to hit the batter, not to hit the wicket. And so you're intimidating the batters by actually targeting them with the fast bowlers. Became known as Bodyline, a huge debacle. And one of the things is, this is a story that went around, the English team were all gentlemen. Most of the Australian team were gentlemen, but someone, and the English captain came to complain to the Australian captain. Said, look, one of your players called me a bastard. And he goes, really? Come with me, I'll sort this out. And goes into the dressing room, and all the players are in there. And he goes, hey, which one of you bastards called this bastard a bastard?
Yeah. I remember one of your Wang Fat Wednesday or TFU Fridays, and it was Fox wanted to open up a sort of Fox Australia, but they decided not to because they were told that under the law they're not allowed to blatantly lie. I think I got that right.
That isn't a true story. The same thing has been said about Canada, that Fox News won't broadcast there because we have an extension of Fox News in Australia that no one watches called Sky News.
We have that too.
Lies probably to a more extreme extent than Fox News USA does. So what you're saying is an urban legend that has been around in various forms for at least 20 years.
Well, in that case, I can blame you because you're the one that told it to me.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I've said so many wrong things over the years. So
yeah, and the thing behind it is that and it's something I've said for a couple of years now, that in America, that the political stuff is all so polarized, and that the news channels are entertainment channels because that way they can tell lies or something. So so heavily leaning into whichever side they want to represent to their audience. So MSNBC and CNN are the Democratic propaganda channel, and Fox News are the Republican propaganda channel. And this is how it is in America, and that just seems weird because in the UK, they're not allowed to just blatantly lie and say things that they know are not true.
Yeah. Whereas they can in the US and they can here. And as Justin points out, Sky News UK is quite different to Sky News Australia. Sky News Australia is basically Fox News. In fact, I think they were talking about rebranding literally to be Fox News Australia. Right. I don't know if that went ahead. I'm sure they were talking about it. But yeah, no, they just blatantly lie. They just shamelessly and blatantly lie. And if you try and pull them up, go, well, this is an opinion presenter, and they're just presenting their opinion. You can't say an opinion is factually wrong because it's an opinion. It's what he thinks, so it's his opinion. And yes, Sky News Australia lies at least as prodigiously as Fox News.
I thought for a second you were going to say like once a minute on average.
Oh yeah, no, literally. It's like how do you tell if a Sky News presenter is lying? Well, their lips are moving. And it's just like,
yeah, it's you know, why are you miming when your mouth when you're literally talking out of your ass?
Literally. Well, again, Ray, you're not the first one to say like CNN has its own agenda to spread.
Yeah, I don't know if I've mentioned this before, but as I've said before, I'm interested in planes. I mean, like for example, at my feet is my latest copy of Air Force's Monthly, good magazine.
Okay.
So obviously, it's talking about what's going on with the Russian stuff. That's the main news on it.
That's
yeah. Well, obviously, this is from a more military point of view rather than what's going on and what's happening. You know, this is things that are being done with airplanes. Anyway, so so one of the news stories that came out about a couple of years ago now, and it was Rachel Maddow on MSNBC. And the story was a cargo plane coming from Iraq had stopped in Scotland, Prestwick Airport in Scotland, and the crew for the plane had driven 40 minutes down the road to stay at a Trump hotel for a lot more money than it would cost at the hotel that's at the airport. And that was the story. But what happened was an extra layer of bullshit was added on the top of it. And so what was added on the top of it was that it's really rare for US Air Force planes to land at Prestwick and the fuel's more expensive. Yeah, the fuel's more expensive than it is at the Air Force Base. But the problem is that the range of their aircraft, half full of cargo, so not empty, is bringing stuff back from Iraq, Afghanistan, that kind of stuff. So these planes are coming back full of stuff. Well, even at half loading, the range of it is isn't enough to get it all the way from an Air Force base in Europe to America, because it has to sort of curve up over the top of Greenland sort of direction and then down through Nova Scotia and into sort of New York kind of an area. That's generally how they get to that part onto the East Coast. And that would probably be heading somewhere like Dover, Delaware. Which is where one of the big cargo plane bases is. So, well, that type of plane, if it started off in at American Air Force Base in Germany or England, it would have to stop in Canada to refuel to be able to get into America. So what they frequently do is go, fill up before they fly across the Atlantic, because obviously if something goes wrong and they have to need to stay up longer, so what happened was plane lands at Prestwick, refuels, stays the night because it's dark by then, go the next morning, and then we'll make the full trip all the way into the US, and you can get down to somewhere like Virginia at that kind of range. So that's easily possible with the plane. But like I say, so the outrage, the story that was there was, they stayed at a Trump hotel, not the normal airport hotel, which was putting money, effectively the US government, the US Air Force was putting money in Trump's pocket.
Yeah.
And that is, that's basically lining your own pocket, by making things happen. This suggests that he was behind it. Who knows? But either way, that was the story. But like I say, it's rare that they land there. And yet I could go on to airliners.net right now and put in US Air Force and put in Prestwick, and there'll be hundreds of photos. Because, when they're coming from America, one of the first places they often stop if they haven't got enough fuel is Prestwick. So there's constant supply. I mean, even if I go on Google Earth now and show you Prestwick, you'll probably find American Air Force aircraft there. So, like I say, and that just shows how, they've taken the story and they've added an extra layer because they're leaning in that direction. Let's just push it a little bit further over.
Yeah.
And I like Rachel Maddow. I do. I think she's a great reporter. But, it just kind of galls me that, and it's only, and the thing is, it makes you wonder about other stuff as well. Because I know about planes, it's a bit like, so I know nothing about science, really, evolution, stuff like that. So if I had some Christian evangelical, because I'm an atheist and I've chatted to people. So if I have one of them talking gobbledygook about science stuff that I have no idea what the hell they're talking about, they will probably be able to, have me taking them at face value. And yeah, they obviously know something about the subject. But if I'm someone who knows about science, I can smell the bullshit. And so because I know about planes, I could smell the bullshit elements of it. Whereas other people might be suckered into it because they don't know any better.
Yeah. And I've always tried to help people understand with the amount of shit you get when you see a media story that plays exactly into how you see the world, you need to be very suspicious of that story. When you see a story that just 100% reinforces how you see the world, it behooves you to go, what evidence is there to support this story? Because I want to instantly support it because it plays in exactly how I see the world. And God forbid these media outlets know that, and they will deliberately slant stories in such a way they go, we know there's a percentage, 10, 20% at least of the population who believe this. And if we present it in this way, they will instantly be a convert to what we're saying because we've just reinforced what they think. So they've bonded more closely to us because we reinforced how they think. So they are more likely to share with their friends, hey, here's the truth. This is whatever your political persuasion. And it's something that I try very hard to be aware of myself because I know I've been caught a couple of times when there was a story and it just played in exactly how I felt. And I went, yeah fucking of course. And then someone went, not actually true. And I looked up and I go, it wasn't. And it was really easy to check and see whether it was true. But I had no impulse to check because it just set off all the pleasure centers in my brain saying, this is how you want the world to be. This is reinforcing your worldview. This is right.
You've got your hand in completely the wrong place. It's here.
Is it? That's the part of the brain that
prefrontal cortex, I believe, is the one that But yeah, hypothalamus is one of the ones. It triggers the endorphins that give you the pleasure at the thing that you want. Yeah.
Sorry, I just saw Kaiju saying it's a guy burning his shoes while they're still on their feet. You thought it was real because there were people that was one that I actually had a fight with some people online when they shared it. I went, that's not real. This guy is making a joke. There's the thing about, some shoe company had upset conservatives. So all these people were burning their shoes, which was like, yeah, they care. They've got your fucking money, man. They've got your money. And when you go and buy from another shoe company, it probably has the same parent company as the one you decided you hated. So exactly the same people are getting your money. But there was this one guy, this old guy, he faked these photos and videos of setting fire to his shoes while he was still wearing them and then posting all these pictures of his feet covered in blisters. It was a joke. It was a steer thing. But again, exactly as Kaiju said, yeah, but there are people who are that fucking stupid. So it just felt real. It felt real. That's when I had a fight with a few people because I said it's not real, and they're like, "It is," and I'm like, "It's not." You can tell you don't have to dig fairly deep to find evidence that that guy is joking. He's making fun of people who would do that, and so and the one thing that's always bugged the shit out of me when someone has shared something as true, not as a joke, they've shared it, said this is true and factual, and I've proven to them this is counterfactual, this is not real, and they go, yeah, but it's the sort of thing they'd say, so I think it's legit. I'm like, no.
No.
I'm not talking about Trumpies here because they just say this dumb shit all the time, and I don't like. I mean people like lefties, people who are theoretically the same political persuasion as me. On occasion, when they share something that's blatantly untrue, and I prove it to them, it's untrue, and they go, "Yeah, but that's the sort of thing he'd say, so it's legit."
It's the weird double. There's a weird doubling down thing that the idea of being wrong is illegal these days in many people's minds.
Yeah.
And I find that really frustrating because, I don't know, maybe it's the Aspie part of me, but right and wrong are a bit more black and white. I like to see things in black and white, so I have to be careful to remind myself there's a lot of grey area. And and again, like I've sort of seen people take really extreme things. I think I told you a few weeks ago that cop goes and American cop like just knocks some guy to the ground, whether his arms are out, surrendering, and then this cop just go, and slams him to the ground. And it's like, oh, come on, you had 2 seconds to see the guy to make it that while you're running. To make a decision on whether this guy needs taking down in a hard way or not, and he just went in, take him down a hard every single time kind of mentality, and the guy was not a threat anymore. He was on his, he was on his knees with his arms out.
There's a lot of that happens in America. Yeah.
I know, and I mean, shit. If he was black, he would have been dead by now.
Yeah, very much so.
We come in, protect and serve, shoot to kill.
Exactly. So, Kaiju, so we actually had a fight about the guy burning his shoes. Oh, well, at least we got past it, obviously. But anyway,
about that cop one, though, someone in the comments under this YouTube channel that was showing the footage of it, they were like, "Oh, we should just kill cops." And it's like, look. There's a lot of grey area between doing nothing and killing cops. Now, although cops are bad, sure, there are lots of good cops, and it's the bad ones that make them look really shit. But, there's a lot of stuff here in the middle between nothing and killing people.
It's like 50-50. You kill someone or you don't kill them. So it's a 50-50 thing. Yeah.
And then no, it's not. That's like the 2% at each end of the spectrum and the other 96% in the middle of it where, you know what, maybe we should start doing things, moving away from the do nothing to the prosecuting the cops that do bad shit, which is starting to happen in America. People are getting fired and prosecuted, which is good.
Actually, conviction for murder just because it was caught on video.
Which is basically the reason always video everything.
Yeah.
Because otherwise,
it's also why cops assault people and say it's not legal to video them. It's because they're about to do something super fucking illegal, and they know what they're doing is illegal.
Yeah, so why is it they can still turn off the camera or turn off the microphone?
Yeah.
And it reminds me of something you said years ago, and it was Los Angeles police, so LAPD, and they had so many problems with corrupt cops that they made them wear cameras. However, they couldn't have the recording on the camera because then that could be, changed. They could take the card out or whatever, or say it broke or whatever. So it didn't record the thing that, so what they did was they had it, it would be a radio transmission from the camera to the car. And then the car would transmit that to the police headquarters where it would be saved as files. But so what happened was the dirty cops were breaking the aerial on the car so it couldn't transmit the data of them breaking the rules. And so the LAPD had to create a thing so you book the car out, and if the aerial gets broken, you get fired.
Right.
And that's and it's like it's whack-a-mole, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's an example of whack-a-mole. You got to how do we solve this problem? Oh, new problem pops up. Boom, new problem.
Yeah, I've seen pictures and video online of someone in certain US states. The police cars are mandated to have a camera on the dashboard, like shooting out the windshield to see anything that happens. And so when these cops are going to do something fucked, when they stop the car and they pull someone over or whatever, they lift up the bonnet of their car, which obscures the camera. And I've seen this multiple times. What I mean is someone goes, yep, when the cops lift the bonnet up for a roadside stop, shit's about to get fucked up. And it's just like, they're so blatant with their criminality. It's just...
one of the new ones, because of course the old one was you use your phone to record it. If the cop takes your phone away, you've got no evidence.
Exactly.
So what people do now is they record it, they stream it. And now you've got the cops trying to say, well, I'm going to play some music on my phone because that way it'll hit the copyright strike and therefore it'll shut your stream down.
Yep.
It's like,
and that's actually, I think that's reasonably effective too.
It has been effective, yeah. So it's like, this, again, it's just another mole that needs whacking.
Yeah. Well,
which you know what? That's a pretty violent game if you think about it. Why, whacking moles?
They're just coming up to get some air, and you're hitting them over the head. Yeah.
They're pretty harmless creatures with a weird sort of snouty thing.
Yeah.
Digging holes. Yes. The worst thing they do is dig up your lawn.
Yes.
But they're just doing what animals do.
Living an animal life, definitely.
Yeah.
Right, so we're crawling up to 1 a.m. I think I can basically stay conscious till 1 a.m. And I'll still be able to function tomorrow. I'm not even that drunk. I don't think I ever managed. Oh, no, I think I'm slightly past half Tim Smith. I don't think I'm fully Tim Smith yet, but I've had enough alcohol to sleep soundly. I think it's just like this is the old head gonna hit the pillow stuff and just woof.
Is Tim Smith a person who got drunk a lot?
Oh no, okay. He was a state politician, my state, Victoria, and he's an absolute piece of shit. Like he's a vile Tory fucking scumfuck. He was constantly undermining the government's health message during COVID. He's an absolute piece of shit. And then, I don't know, late last year, he got pissed at a friend's place and drove home and crashed into someone's house on the way, crashed through their wall. It wasn't even another vehicle. It was a single vehicle accident that it wasn't a traffic light, it wasn't a tree. He just swerved off the road and went through someone's fence. And he resisted for ages the idea that he should suffer any consequence, as in he should resign from the parliament, because drink driving and crashing into someone's house is not good. And he spent days denying that he should suffer any repercussions before he lost every single friend, and everyone said, no, you have to resign. But so it's become a joke. If you're drunk enough, and so it's basically if you're drunk enough to crash a car into a wall, like not even have an accident with another car, just crash into a wall, then you are completely Tim Smithed. For the streams, I work pretty hard, and most of the time not getting more than half Tim Smithed. Which is to say, I think he blew over 0.15 blood alcohol content. I said, as a rough translation, to get to 0.15, you have to drink 6 drinks in the first hour and then keep drinking, or 4 drinks in the first hour and then 4 drinks in the second hour and then 4 drinks. You basically, you have to either drink a lot in a short time or drink really consistently for a couple of hours. So, and the idea that he couldn't feel it when he was 3 times over the limit, that's just like, he's a heinous fucking liar. Like, what's he going to do? Is he going to tell the truth and say, oh yeah, no, I was definitely pissed, but I thought I'd get home and get away with it? No, he can't say that. So he lies and says, I was sure I was fine. It's like, motherfucker, your blood alcohol was over 0.15. There is no way anyone who's at that level of blood alcohol content doesn't feel it and doesn't go, I'm like super fucked. If I'm and if I don't have an accident, if I get pulled over, I'm fucked because I'm definitely pissed.
We have a different system in the UK in terms of numbers. So what we have is 35 micrograms of alcohol per liter or whatever it is. I can't remember. But the number's 35 micrograms. And so if someone's been pulled over and they've blown like 105 or something, they're like 3.5 times over the drink drive limit or whatever. No, it wouldn't be. It's 3 times over or nearly 3 times over or whatever. I saw one when someone was nearly 6 times over. 6 times over. How the
that's getting close to toxic levels, as in falling asleep and never waking up.
Yeah. It's like, how could the guy even get into the car, let alone drive?
Yeah. Well, some people do it where they are like, they're paralytic. They can't walk. They crawl into a car, and they just, while they're in it, they just swerve all over the road till they inevitably hit something or get pulled over.
Someone.
And again, Tim Smith wasn't that bad, but you do get some people who are barely capable of walking, but they'll drag themselves into a car and fire it up and go off onto the road.
There was, about sort of politicians lying or whatever.
Yes.
So one of the things that happens 2018 was a Tory MP, because you said conservative arsehole, Tory arsehole. And one of the Tory arseholes in my country is a guy called Christopher Chope, or Chope. I'm not sure how it's pronounced, but it's CHOPE. And he blocked the progress of an upskirting bill.
Oh, yes. I read.
And basically, upskirting is guys taking a camera and sticking it under a girl's skirt and pressing the photo button. And the law passed eventually, but he delayed it for a year and a half or something, because there was a certain element of it that he wasn't happy about, and so he just blocked it, And I think it was because there was at the time the numbers of MPs were pretty close, so it was like a bit like what it's like in America right now. Yeah. That you need every single politician on one side to vote, all of them, and they've got 51%. So as long as they all vote, it'll get passed. If they don't all vote, it won't.
Yeah.
So it was just disgusting. Him holding that up. But it eventually passed. So now if you get caught upskirting, it's 2 years in jail for you.
Yeah. Well, if you're a sex offender, you should get put away. But,
yeah.
Anyhow, okay. So it's just coming up on 1 a.m. I think that will do me for this evening. But all things being equal, I will be doing a Saturday night stream as well. It won't go this late. Who knows? It's Saturday, and I don't have to be anywhere on Sunday. So who knows?
You can get fully rat-assed.
Yeah. So we'll see. I'm definitely like, let's not go outside now because I'll stumble over something. But I can make it into the next room and put my CPAP machine on and sleep on.
I was going to say, activate your app.
Yeah, put on my CPAP machine and
Your sleep app.
No, I score my sleep. My sleep has been gamified. I'm always trying to beat my high score. So,
No, I'm just sort of joking. The idea of like, everything on your phone is an app, and programs on your computer are now called apps. And so, you're going to go to bed and you're going to activate your app. But
technically, I kind of am. My CPAP machine has a SIM card in it, and that communicates out. And because I have the app on my phone, after a while, after I wake up, I can check, and it gives me my sleep report for the night. So I have an app on my phone that gamifies my sleep. But the thing that powers it is my CPAP machine. I have to wear my CPAP machine to be able to score my sleep. So I'm always trying to beat my high score, which is weird. Not everyone gamifies their sleep, but I get scores for my sleep. So,
I'm aiming for a low score at the moment because, as I said, I'm trying to lose weight. So I've been eating very, very little in comparison with what I normally eat. And so hopefully I'm going to see a nice decline in the weight. But one of the reasons that I need to do this is the last time I had a blood pressure check, it was a bit high.
Yeah.
Blood pressure being a bit high could suggest that maybe being too fat is, involving having too much crap in my arteries and therefore creating a thinner pipe, which means more pressure. So okay, this is the thing that shouldn't be happening. So I think I need to, as someone is 48 years old, nearly 50, I need to start taking much more care. So being fat, I mean, like I say, I look at myself now and I'm saying I've got nice boobs now, so no bra. So nice boobs, that's working for me. But unfortunately, it's the tummy because the waist of this dress is actually down there. And because I'm fat all in this area here, it keeps lifting it up to the thin bit between.
Right.
So
it's all fraud. All right. So I'm going to go to bed. So good night, everyone. If you're around Saturday night, I'll see you then. Otherwise, take care.